Mendez,
Good evening, Paterson, President, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Mims, Councilman Udin,
I'm here, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Velez, Mr. President.
I'm here, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Mr. President and honorable council members, we have today to render the prayer. The prayer will be rendered by Pastor Felix Valentin, and he is of the Christian Community of Praise Church, and also to lead us in the flag salute, the Honorable Councilwoman Maritza Davila. Everyone at this time, please rise for the prayer and the flag salute. Thank you.
Almighty God, Heavenly Father, we stand before you on this precious evening, inviting you, dear Lord, into these procedures. We ask that your presence fill this place and break strongholds of any division and hatred and bring nothing but love and peace. We ask that you guide us with your wisdom so that we can move forward as a city and heal and progress. We want to give you, dear God, everything in our thoughts and in our minds and bring them all under your submission. We humble ourselves unto you tonight, and we ask and we let go so that you can fulfill your purpose here tonight. We give you all the glory and all the honor. We ask these things in the precious name of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen and amen.
Amen. Thank you very much. Flag of our country, salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Everyone, please remain standing. We'll now take a moment of silence for the troops and those who have lost someone. Thank you. Everyone could take your seat, please. Madam Clerk, please read the statement of compliance.
Yes, Mr. President. Statement of compliance with the Open Public Meetings Law 2022 to 2023. Meeting date October 25th, 2022. Time 7 p.m. Adequate notice of this meeting was compiled and disseminated in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Law in the following manner. 1. The annual notice of regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council was compiled for the year 2022 to 2023 on or about July 1, 2022. 2. A schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2022 to 2023 was duly transmitted on or about July 1, 2022 to the North Jersey Herald News, the Record, Arabic Voice, Italian Voice, Passaic County Pulse, Dominicana News, Kiscader International, El Especial, the Paterson Press, the City Post News, and Tap into Paterson, in addition to any other publication duly requesting such notices. 3. The schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2022 to 2023 was prominently posted in the lobby of City Hall, first floor, in the place reserved for the announcements of this type. 4. The schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2022 to 2023 was duly filed with the municipal clerk. 5. A copy of the schedule of regular meetings of the Municipal Council was mailed to any person who requested and paid the fee authorized by the Open Public Records Act. Mr. President.
I told them yes. Yes, oh, okay. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Council members, as you can see, we have two presentations tonight. You see that young man standing by the walls. Is a proud moment for City of Paterson. Our young student athletes, my ultimatum, John F. Kennedy High School boys soccer team won the county championship. Last Saturday, after 26 years, I was able to witness the both championship. Actually, in 1996, my brother was part of the championship team. And we are here to encourage them. When our student athletes win, all Paterson, we all win. We're here to honor them, not just for their championship. Most of these students, they will go to college, they will graduate for college. They will be part of our city, part of the development of our city. They are moving into the state tournament, and hopefully they will win the state championship as well. Good luck. And thank you. At this time, I would like to call the coaches, Coach Alfredo, Coach Solis, and Coach Jordan. Is Jordan here? Yes, Jordan Serrano. Just come forward. Yes. Yeah, I'm going to start off over here. Thank you. Our Councilwoman Large also prepare a plaque for the coach. First, let's do the team. Let's call up the players. So behalf of our city council, we prepare a citation for each of the players. And yeah, call on up. Let them go to the forward, shake hands with all the council members.
Adrian Solano. Shake the hand. All right. In the front. Go to the front. Javier Sanchez. Johan Sanchez. Pedro Lanchipa. There your boy. Macedonia. Eric. Justin. Christopher. One of our team captains has scored the winning goal for the county title, Luis Portel.
Yeah.
Jordan. Marcos. Joseph. Ediel. Hedman. William. Another captain, Chris Escoto. Marcelo. Christian. Victor. Danny. JP.
All right. Yes, Coach, if you would like to say a couple of words to the City Council and your athletes.
First of all, I want to say thank you to God. Without Him, this won't be possible. Very quick, I just want to say this wouldn't happen without those young men. After 26 years, we made the county run last year, and we lost to Clifton 3-1. I want to thank Coach Solis for working with us, my son, Jordan. I want to thank the council people, my boss, and all I can say is thank you to everybody that has supported us. We really need it. Nobody believed in us. Nobody. They had us on the floor because we're from Paterson, we're from Kennedy, but we proved everybody wrong. We beat Wayne Valley, we beat Passaic, and we beat the champions Clifton because we are champions, you know. To the council, I would like to say something. Maybe you can help us out. We are from Paterson. The record came out that had a little article about Kennedy, and they had 2 pages on Ramapo. But if we do something wrong, we're on the front page. You know, not everybody's bad. We're all God's children. So I just want to say thank you again. We need your support on Thursday. It's the first round of the states. We beat Bergen Tech twice already, but you never know. So if you can come out there and help us, we appreciate it. Thank you so much. God bless everybody.
Thank you. Thursday, 7 p.m. at Buckley Park, the first round game against Bergen Tech. I'll be there, Coach. On behalf of the council, we have prepared a plaque for the team. Coach Salas, come move forward. I will read you that plaque. Congratulations to the John F. Kennedy High School soccer team for winning the 2022 Passaic County Championship. Your perseverance and hard work paid off. Council President and City of Paterson Municipal Council, October 25th, 2022. Congratulations. Thank you. 1 second, we're not done yet. We'll take a picture all together. Councilwoman Davila also prepare a plaque for our coach, Alfredo Serrano.
All right, so this right here is special as what we're celebrating today, right? But this was even extra special, and when Council President and we spoke that we wanted to give something on behalf of the Municipal Council, we were like, absolutely, and obviously you know that it was done in less than 24 hours, right? But I wanted a special recognition to Coach Alfredo Serrano, and I'm gonna read this. We have been supporting you for years because we believe in you and your work. Thank you for teaching our student athletes year after year how dedication pays off. John F. Kennedy High School, 2022 Passaic County champions, from Council President Kalik and Councilwoman Davila. And the reason for this extra plaque is because I've been working with Coach Serrano on a volunteer basis for years with my son and many other children that I won't name, right? And through his volunteerism, not getting paid, just trying to get individuals to just support in every which way through donations. And look at you now, here, okay? Because through perseverance, all right, along with the coaches, all right, we're the champions. And I congratulate John F. Kennedy High School students. I always talk about, that's the other school, but right now, I can't believe I'm gonna say this. You know, I'm a ghost, but tonight I'm a knight. So with that, say congratulations, Coach Alfredo Serrano. So with that said, we'd like to take a picture with the council and the whole team right in the front, please.
Thank you. Also, I want to thank the athletic director from J. Kennedy High School for being there for the team. I go to every of their, I went to every of their game. I seen also Commissioner Arrington and all the board members who support the sports and the ethic of Kennedy High School. Thank you. Oh yeah. Let me go. Let me go over there.
get in?
Let me get in.
Ready? Where are your props? Where your stuff? Hold it up.
All right, guys, lights on 1, 2, 3. Light.
Nice.
Say it again. Nice.
That. What time is it?
Nice.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson, I think he will do it better. Because he played football.
Come on, Councilman. Come on, say it, say it. What time is it? There you go. Good evening and congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Now we'll continue with the agenda. Madam Clerk, we'll do payments of bill now.
Yes, Mr. President.
Council President,
This prayer one.
if I may,
Yes,
summary
madam.
of disbursements are for $7,962,847.44. There was no payroll this week. There is no solid waste. There is a Passaic Valley storage of $3,266,000. So, Councilwoman, I know you always ask, okay? I know there's a council member that will recuse themselves, and there's also an insurance payment of $3,865,786.9, making the total $7,962,847 with 44 cents.
Second.
My recommendation is to move for payment.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilman Velez. Roll call on payments of bill, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call and payment of bills of amount of $7,962,847.44. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilman Cotton, are you recusing? Let the record reflect that Councilwoman Cotton recused herself from this payment of bills. Councilwoman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Udine? Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Mr. President,
Yes, Madam Clerk.
the vote is 8 in favor, and let the record reflect that Councilwoman Cotton had recused herself from the payment of bills. Therefore, payment of bills in the amount of $7,962,847.44 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, we have couple of items need to be added to the agenda.
Just one, sir.
One?
Just number 26. The other two was, we had enough time to mail it out yesterday, so
Okay.
just one to be voted on, the last item.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Would you like to do that at this time?
Yes, please.
Okay. At this time, Mr. President and honorable council members, there's an item, it's on your desk, to your right, I think, an addendum to be voted on to this agenda, and it's item number 26. The following resolution is also scheduled for your consideration at the regular meeting of municipal council to be held on Tuesday, October 25th, 2022, at 7 p.m. in the council chambers, 155 Market Street, 3rd floor in Paterson. Item to be voted on to the regular meeting agenda of October 25th. Item number 26, resolution celebrating 80 years of phenomenal living of Shirley Alexander. This is sponsored by Councilwoman Mims and co-sponsored by Councilwoman Cotton. City Council Resolution 22657.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims, second by Councilman Mendez, Cotton, and Velez. Roll call on item number 26 to be added to the agenda.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call to vote item number 26 to the regular meeting agenda.
Okay.
Yes.
Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan.
Yes.
Councilman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilman Mims?
Thank you, Council President, for allowing this to be added. We're celebrating her birthday on Thursday, so I really appreciate you taking us at the last minute. My vote is yes.
Councilman Udine?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Mr. President?
Yes.
The vote is 9 in favor, none against. Item number 26 is hereby voted on to the regular meeting of October 25th, 2022 agenda.
Let's take item number 26 now then, Madam
Yes,
Clerk.
Mr. President. At this time, we have item number 26 on the non-consent agenda, and item number 26 reads, Resolution celebrating 80 years of the phenomenal living of Shirley Alexander.
So moved.
And this is sponsored by Councilman Mims and co-sponsored by Councilman Cotton, City Council. Resolution 22657.
So moved.
Second. Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims, second by Councilwoman Cotton.
And just a quick
Councilwoman Davila.
discussion.
Discussion, Councilwoman Mims?
Not really a full discussion, but just to note that the resolution, the addendum says it's sponsored by Mims and co-sponsored by Cotton, but it's actually, in the resolution was updated, thank you, Corporation Council, that is sponsored by myself, Cotton, and Councilman Jackson. So I just want to put that on the
Okay,
record
just-
per the resolution. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Roll call on item number 26.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call on item number 26 for approval. Councilman Abdulaziz?
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to say, we're celebrating Shirley Alexander's birthday. She was also working with the New Jersey Detention Center years ago. I have been with Ms. Alexander for probably the last 25 years on the National Council of Negro Women, and to still be able to be here for 80 years is phenomenal, and I say that we're going to celebrate her life on Thursday night, and I want to say happy birthday to you, Shirley Alexander, and all the commitment you have done to the city of Paterson, and you're going to be turning 80 years old. Once again, happy birthday, Shirley Alexander. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Davila?
Congratulations, happy birthday. My vote is yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. A lifelong of relationship with Ms. Alexander. I appreciate the concession, Councilwoman. I've gotten yelled at more by Ms. Alexander. I think I deserve. I earned my right on that legislation. But a happy birthday, and I wish you many, many more. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Ms. Alexander, happy birthday. My vote is yes.
Councilman Mims?
So Councilman Jackson, that is true. So when making the update today, I thought about Saturday when she told you off on Saturday. But that's another story. We'll talk about that offline. So to Ms. Alexander, who is actually watching, who is the president of the National Council of Negro Women, and one of the things in the community as we live this life, we begin to have people that I call community mothers. She is a community mother to so many people. I remember her son-in-law, Monk, used to own the hair salon and so many things right there on 10th Ave. Her daughter, Robin, her son, Rob, and so many, and they have taken so many people under their wings, and it is because of people like herself and so many others, some I see sitting in the audience, that we are who we are today. And I just want to say that we have to continue to give people their flowers while they can smell them. 80 years is a long time for someone to be living on this earth, for us not to say we appreciate you, we celebrate you, we're doing it tonight, but on Thursday, we'll dance and party like it's 1999. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Udine?
We are so honored to honor Allegiant Miss Alexander, and I'm wishing the happiest birthday on this Thursday. And thank you to my council colleagues for bringing this to our regular meeting agenda today. And again, I wish you the best. Congratulations. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Velez?
Blessing to Shirley Alexander and family. Happy birthday. My vote is yes.
Mr. President?
Happy birthday. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Yeah. The vote is 9 in favor, none against. Item number 26 is hereby adopted.
Madam BA, is NW Financial here? And the representative from Brookslow? Yes. Okay, we'll take item number 23 now. Madam Clerk, please read into the record.
Yes, Mr. President. This time we have a first reading ordinance, no public hearing is required. And item number 23. And item number 23 reads ordinance approving 1-year extension of tax abatement for the property known as Brooksloat Terrace Cooperative Association, Inc., and is sponsored by Councilman Jackson.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Discussion.
Wait a minute. Madam Clerk, how am I a sponsor on this legislation?
I don't know. Who put down your name?
Can you repeat?
So you can remove your name
Who
from.
wrote that legislation for this year extension?
You mean the ordinance was given to us from legal?
What number she said? What number is it?
23.
Corporation Counsel?
I'm
Yes.
sorry, Mr. President, there was a motion on the floor by,
I moved it. but-
Second.
And then there's a discussion.
A second.
One second.
Second. Move my.
There is a question on the floor about sponsorship of this legislation. Can we get the answer before I call that motion?
Yes, thank you, Council President. So Councilman Jackson's obviously been at the forefront of this. He presented to the Law Department a draft piece of legislation, and we took that to mean that although his initial draft didn't make it through the entire legal review, but we got a final product that resembled it. So we figured since he submitted that legislation, we would keep his name on it. We're happy to remove it, Councilman Jackson.
Thank you.
If that's an issue.
Council President,
Yes, Councilman Jackson.
so absolutely, please remove me from that piece of legislation. And I would like for you to point out, as we move through this discussion, just what in the legislation that I wrote did not make it through the legal process, legal screening process. And I want to be clear while we're on record, by no means am I in favor of a 1-year extension. Obviously, the residents of Brookslope they're going to, if that's all that this council is willing to provide them, they leave here with no other choice. But what I presented was a 60-year extension at 6%, which was identical or equivalent to what this council has been accustomed to giving. And I'm sure we can go into more details as we move forward through the
Council President.
discussion. But I definitely want to place that on record. And Madam Clerk, please make sure that my name is removed from the top of that.
I did, I removed it, sir.
Council President.
From the ordinance.
Councilwoman Davila?
Okay, so as the finance chair, this item has been to us quite a few times. We have NW Financial, this group here, who reviewed, and everything we do is on record, but just for everyone that is here today, so you can all understand. The councilman at the moment, he put on a workshop just to do a presentation. At that time, the item had not gone through finance. It did not go through the CFO, the BA, Corporation Counsel. It did not have a sign-off, and the reason for that is there were a lot of documents missing. So we had a full discussion. There's been quite a few individuals from the board that have been coming here with management. We've sat down with them in finance after that, still having information still missing for this council to make a determination based on, and when the councilman speaks of this council's used to, none of us were here when Brookslope got their first 15-year and their second 15-year, okay? Moving forward, it's always been the practice that if this is going to cause some type of effect in our budget and in our constituencies, our 23 Councilman Abdelaziz always mentions the tax-paying constituents, what is it, 23,000, about 30,000 households who pay taxes, right? Then we have to look at the bigger financial impact in our city as a whole. So as a councilwoman at large and as the financiers, there's 3 of us here, we're looking at not just, my ward, we're looking at the entire 6 wards and the impact in our city and in our budget. And so we have here today, which we had them here last week, we've had various meetings with them, and we've had the discussion. And it is in last week's workshop that through the financial group, they actually had a conversation with the board, okay, and based on the fact and the findings that there could be a request, and it had to be put in writing by their legal department to indicate that that would be a suggestion to put forth. Because based on the way and how we have it, I wasn't sure that this council would support not having all of the financials, not understanding, not having the HAP report that needs to be attached to this so we can see. There's a whole report prepared that I want now, NW, because just today, they got some more information that they've been requesting. And so it was through them that they suggested, give them a year at least, let them get all their stuff together. They don't have their bank stuff together. They're missing certain things. There's certain documentation that is not included in terms of income evaluations. There has to be a process. None of that documentation could be found. And so with that said, if this city is gonna move forward and do another 30, we wanna make sure that we do like we do to all the others in asking for financials and all that other stuff. Although this one is a co-op, it's not the same like senior housing. So moving forward, if you can please proceed and present the information you received today, the recommendation, and based on the information you've been speaking to the legal department about. Thank you.
Before you start, Corporation Counsel, who asked for a 1-year extension?
Thank you, Council President, for that question. So I believe it was Friday afternoon, I received the correspondence saying that Brook Slope had opted to proceed with the 1-year request from
So representative from the Brook Slope,
their attorney.
their attorney,
Yes.
which is their representative, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. I just want to clarify that.
Council
It's
President.
It's not the it's not the council.
Council President,
He's there.
Attorney is right there,
Council President,
Councilman Jackson.
and I'm gonna try my best not to continue to go back and forth and be unprofessional about this. But I have to place this on record because both Councilwoman Cotton and Councilwoman Mims were not here at the last meeting. That is absolutely incorrect. I'm not going to sit here and let someone put the false context and how the council president began to try to set that up. When the Brook Slope board left here, and I'm sure the management can speak to that, they were not confident that they would receive a vote of confidence or a vote to proceed from this council. And they was left with two options. Take the year as suggested by the consultant, or you may not get renewed. And the consultant, as he can explain, please make sure you point this out, clearly outlines the fact that if the pilot is not extended within a 4-year period, Brook Slope would then become bankrupt. So looking at a board that's making decisions on behalf of its residents, 242 units, of which a large percentage of that are occupied by seniors on fixed incomes, the board made the decision that they had no other choice to make. Please don't categorize it. Councilwoman Mims, I know you guys weren't here. Councilman Velez wasn't here either. Councilwoman Cotton, I know you weren't here. So I'm trying to make sure I bring this clarity to you. They did not call and request because they feel it's within their best interest. They called and request because they were scalded by various members on this council. They came out the elevator and they were scalded in the hallway. I'm tired of things not being completed. I will attest on their behalf that they was presented with everything. The HAP agreement that they're talking about, the Housing Authority agreement, there's 40 units. They had the agreement for all 40. 3 days prior to them coming here, they asked for the master agreement. So if you continue to ask, yes, we can continue to ask for things and then make it seem as if they didn't present a full package, but that is not true.
Council President, I need to make a statement, okay? Because it is I don't hide behind it.
One second.
Council President, I really want to respond to something because it is not true. In good faith, I proceeded to put an item, to put it on
I
workshop.
want to hear from the.
No, I know,
Brooksville
but I need to make a
representative too.
statement because Councilman Jackson continues to mislead this group, and I don't appreciate that. And the second thing is, I'm the one that said, when I came up and I looked and I saw the board there, and I'm like, what are you guys doing here? Because I was told that the documentation that was requested wasn't there. How am I going to make a financial decision that's going to impact the city of Paterson and its budget by giving another 30 years? So I said, let me look at all of the paperwork. I wasn't saying no, and in good faith, I said, let's proceed to put it on the workshop to have the discussion for all of the council. At that point, I didn't know that there was going to be 4 council members that were not going to be present to be privy. That's why NW is here today to do the presentation.
Councilman Abdulaziz.
Thank you, Council President. So at workshop, I did ask a lot of questions. On the record, I'll do it right now. I'm not going to get back and forth to what was said, what was not said. I have questions for NW. Brooksville has 242 units, correct? And may you let me, Council President?
Yeah, go ahead.
So some of the council people that weren't here, 242 units? You could turn on this mic?
Oh, sir.
Correct. 242 units. Could you tell us a breakdown on those units, which are co-ops and how many are rentals?
202 co-ops, 40 rentals.
200 co-ops, 40 rentals. Those rentals, what do they pay rent to the co-op or to the corporation for a 2-bedroom?
The contract rents are $1,250 for a 2-bedroom, $1,400 for a 3-bedroom, and $1,550 for a 4-bedroom.
$1,550, 4-bedroom. All right, for a co-op, for the other 200 units, currently today, so before we continue, because 2-bedroom co-op, how much do they pay right now?
So the co-ops have a monthly carrying charge. For the 2 bedrooms, that charge is $568.
$568 for, it's $568, correct?
Correct.
For a 3-bedroom?
3 bedrooms, it's $685.
$685, 4-bedroom?
$801.
$801. At our last meeting, can we get the council or the management companies, because you guys weren't here, the carrying fee, does that also include gas and electric?
I would need the management company to answer
Management
that.
company, please, because I was told at our last meeting that that does include gas and electric. Where is it? The management company told us at our workshop that it does include, and their council's
Yes.
here.
Council President.
Let him finish.
Just give me my time, and then you guys.
Come to the microphone, please. Hi.
Electric and water.
Electric
It
and
was
water, I'm
electric and
sorry,
water,
so
I
no
stated.
gas. So no gas, but electric and water. All right. So 2-bedroom, $568, electric and water, 3-bedroom, $685. So the other 40 units, are those are to the management company? Are those considered affordable or low income, the ones that are rented, the 40 units? Are those considered low income on their AMI or whatever program it's in?
Yes.
I'm asking.
So the 40 units do have HAP contract rents. From the information that was provided to us today, 13 units all have HAP subsidies. The other 27 are fully being paid 100% by the tenant. So there are no HAP subsidies for 27 of the 40 rentals.
For some people that know what HAP means, is that considered low income or affordable housing?
That's considered low-income housing.
That's considered, so low income housing is paying $1,250, $1,400, $1,550, correct?
Correct.
All right. Without a pilot, say it ends, this council doesn't approve it, I want to see the impact that has for the current residents right now. How much would a 2-bedroom cost with electric and water?
So the representatives did an analysis under different scenarios. So if the building went conventional, the pilot payment right now is $190,000. Sorry.
I just want the comparables as to what the cost will be for an individual 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom, if we put them on conventional taxes.
The 2-bedroom unit would go from $568 to 708.
708,
The three-bedroom would go from 685 to 825.
825 for a three-bedroom?
Yep.
Okay.
And the four-bedroom would go from 801 to 941.
941. So with conventional taxes, that would be the rent. Council President, that's all I want the record. I'm sorry, last question. So the rents will be still cheaper than what the affordable rentals, the 40 affordable rentals in there, it will still be significantly cheaper, correct?
Correct.
And to the management company, do you also pay the electric and water for those rentals? The 40 rentals, they don't pay. They don't pay their own. So it's $15.50 with electric and water. So with conventional taxes, they're still paying almost 40% less than what they're renting out the other units for, correct?
Yes, that's without improvements.
Council President, if I have any further questions, I'll ask. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Velez, then Councilwoman Mims.
You know, this is the first reading. And I believe the attorney's here. And I believe the attorney is the one that acts at least to take in consideration a year to be able to put everything together and present the administration. This is the thing. The administration, a fair pilot for them bring it to the council and we approve it. Nobody's gonna take me hostage to do something that the administration had to sit down with them and the expert, get the deal on the table, and then bring it to us. And I'm being fully aware of what's going on here. Our best interest is that the city get the fair share, but at the same time, the residents of Brooksville get represented with the program that they need to succeed in the place that they are. So moving forward, I always say facts, facts, facts. And I spoke to a couple of the residents of Brooksville, and I always say facts, facts, facts is the one that goes to move us forward. And I know it's the best interest of this council, of 8 individuals in this council, to do the right thing. Thank you, Council President.
So I have a question, if management can come, and the lawyer, I guess, because I wasn't here last week, which I did give to Madam Clerk and made sure that it was copied to be communicated. But I wasn't here last week, but I have been here through various council meetings where a lot of data has been requested. Correct. So my first question is, with the information that has been requested, was all of that provided to the administration?
Yes, they requested a week, probably the Thursday before we met last week, for us to get some type of financing. There was no way we were going to be able to get financing by workshop. And also they asked us for the master HAP, which we did put in for, but that was from so long ago, we didn't have it on hand, and we did put an Oprah request in.
So my follow-up question, with all the times you've come here, with the email strand that went on, and all that time, the information that was just requested, did they ask you for that previously?
No, they did not.
So here's my concern. I wasn't here last week. I hear the numbers and we hear all this stuff, but some things to me are based on principle, right? And I said it when you came before. There's some stuff that the administration is saying is missing. Let's provide it. But my thing is, if we know that there are 15 items missing, right, from the administration standpoint, to make sure that they can do a pro forma, provide the data so that we can review it as a council, it should be presented everything at the first glance. So it's not piece parted, and then if things are not in place, you can find out. But to hear you say that last Thursday there were 2 additional pieces added on, and we've been sitting here listening, and it's probably been longer than you've come to this council that the communication has happened, that's a concern for me. I was not here last week to hear, but I did receive many calls from many of the Brooksville residents. They called me with their concerns, and I told them I wanted to come to hear what happened from last week to this week, because I wasn't here. Workshops are not televised, but I wanted to find out what was the difference. Another concern for me is this. we've had other pilots come before us. Maybe they're different, maybe they're similar. A lot of their stuff wasn't together. It wasn't together. We asked for information. It was voted down. Not voted down because people didn't want to vote for it, but my stand was clear. I asked for certain items. In one particular instance, there was like a little paper put together, like we gave 32 refrigerators, 10 stoves. So my comment to them was like, you're insulting our intelligence. I'm not going to support that because all of you are our residents, whether you live in Brook Slope or any other entity, it should be an equitable treatment to everybody. I also find it interesting that on some projects, there is consultant that was given, right? Financial consultant given to some entities where I didn't see it on others. So I'm just a little concerned with that piece. And then my final piece is, when your pilots were done, which I was not here, wasn't a part of, that you got them in sections of 15 here and then 15 there, where others were given 30. We have people that were given 50. Some people were given 99. And most of us, none of us here, I think, were a part of any of that. But it just concerns me what happened, that the treatment appears to be unequitable. So I'm just questioning, where did the ball drop? What happened in all of this process? I know you have a lawyer, and I know NW Financial is here, but NW Financial, they work with the administration. And my concern is for the residents, right? To the residents of Brook Slope. Here's what I think, and I don't know if it was mentioned, but I would advise that you get someone that can really advise you financially on what the scope of what you need to get done for your project, right? Because it appears to me that whoever had been doing, or someone was not doing the full analysis properly. And so it brings you to this juncture where you don't have different material, pieces of what they asked is not provided. Then you have to come out of your busy schedules to come here because this person said this or that one said, and you're getting all these mixed messages. But you need someone that has financial acumen and that understands HUD process. They understand what the requirements are. They're not looking at it at the last minute where you're in jeopardy of not getting what you need. And now you're at a place where now we have before us a 1 year versus is either 1 year or is nothing, right? So it puts you in a bad place at this point because now you're like, well, what's going to happen? If the 1 year is revoked, there's nothing on the agenda. So are we going back to the table to say we're coming back, you're going to provide your data, and we can bring it back to the workshop? Because that could be a consideration as well. It should not be one and done. There should be some level of grace, and I'm saying it, some level of grace that can be given. I don't know if you have these items. I don't even know how long it will take for you to get them in place. But sometimes some entities don't have everything they need, right? And we witnessed that in another project. They didn't have it. And NW Financial was brought on to assist them. I know they came on a little late, right? You just came on with them. But I think, to the administration, he said yes. He said they just were brought on. So there should be some grace to allow them to really try to assist if they can.
Can I just clarify something?
Wait, let me just finish.
Yes, go ahead.
I'm saying some level of grace to allow them some time to get them to where they need to be versus saying take a 1 year or nothing. Give them the opportunity and then let it go back to workshop and we do what we need to do and then we can provide whatever is needed at that point.
Thank you.
Council President.
Oh, one
Clarify
second.
that.
Everybody want to speak?
No.
No, clarify the statement about 1 year. We give it 1 year until they get it together.
1 second, Councilman. Madam BA, okay. I just want another clarification. Supposedly, we're getting email from you probably more than a couple of weeks ago, 3-4 weeks ago, the list of things that you need from them. But what is that? She said that you asked something, these are new stuff last Thursday or something like that. Can you clarify that?
Yes, respectfully, I would disagree on that. I think that the biggest outstanding items was regarding the HAP contracts. And just, the finance was separate as its own entity, which we knew was not going to result in anything that we would be able to present today. That's why the recommendation was the 1 year in order to get the finances. But the other outstanding item was the HAP contracts. We've been talking about them for a long time. I was on a conference call where we discussed it, and I could ask NW Financial if they can clarify and make sure that my information is correct. Today, we found we have received HAP contracts, but we were clarifying, trying to get information because not all 40 units had HAP contracts. And that's what we were being communicated to us, was that all 40 units were HUD Section 8, and that they should have all had contracts. And so that's why we kept asking for it. And today, we've got the information. I believe it was just today that you guys got it and that passed along to us, that only, is it 17 or 13, 14? If you could clarify exactly. I know some of the numbers have changed that do not, and that's why we didn't have the other HAP contracts prior to this.
Council
President.
Go ahead.
If you don't mind. Yeah, so out of the council workshop last week, there were several questions asked of you, or by you, for the Brook Slope representatives. So we provided a list to them, and we sent an email on Thursday morning. If you look on page 5 of the memo in front of you, I have a list of the items that were requested, what was received, and when it was received. The only item...
We passed it down, so there might be an extra one there.
Javier, can you
It's
do
also
that?
in your email. I emailed that as well.
So as you can see, a lot of the items were submitted to us today, which made it difficult to review, but we put everything that we could into the memo, and so you have an updated list of all of the requests that you guys had.
There's two.
Council President.
Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Council President. And I just want to say that, I mean, the Bruce Law community is a community that we all here in full support of all of you. You guys are Paterson, a hard-working families that live in those units. And I've been trying to entertain this as soon as I see the Bruce Law pilot program. And at the Finance Committee meeting, we'll be having multiple discussions. But I was here last week. I was at the workshop. And until now, you see that there's still moving part that are missing. And in order for us to take this decision, we have to have all the number on the table. One of the things that called my concern was that the project of the renovation project was from 2018. And from 2018 to 2022, there's a big difference in terms of material, construction, everything changed. All those numbers are totally different. You cannot present a 2018 project on the 2022. Those numbers are totally different. I'm in full support of say, you know what, let's give them 1 year extension to put everything together. The option, what we cannot do is just do nothing or bring something that's not completed and leave Bruce Slope without a pylon and Bruce Slope empty without nothing on their hand. I think it will be responsible for us to say, what is the part that is missing? And that was the agreement from last week. After all the conversation, AMD Global Consulting, they have a conversation with a Bruce Slope, with the organizer and the board, and they agreed on that. Now, the question that I have is that if we have the time to have the discussion for the full pilot program for the full year, let's have it. If all the documents are in place, what's really stopping us from having that? But now we have to be honest. Listen, if you don't have the information, if you're not ready, don't come here and say, oh, I'm ready.
Right.
We will go back there, have a discussion, and we will take the decision that will affect all the community. I would not agree on that. We got to be responsible, and if we don't have all the number, if we don't have all the facts, I prefer to say, you know what, let's benefit the community with 1 year extension. Everything is going to stay the same, and they're going to have enough time to bring the right plan that help the entire community. That's my position right now. But the question to Madam BA is that if we have the time, if they have all the information on the place, why we cannot have the full discussion to have the 30-year tax or 60 years abatement? What is stopping us from not having that discussion if everything is on the table?
Council President and Councilman Mendez.
Madam BA.
I think the concern, and this was addressed by NW Financial, was that because the financing wasn't in place, we cannot calculate debt service and proper payments and proper rates in a 30-year plan. So that's the reason why the one-year extension was put on the floor, was really to try to bridge the gap between what is current, what they can get with the financing confirmations and all that, because the issue is really the 2 readings of an ordinance before December 1st. So that also speaks to, Councilwoman Mims was asking that about a grace period. That's why the chairwoman of Finance Committee put this on the floor with not every T being crossed and I being dotted, because we knew we were on the clock for December 1st. So that was the grace period that doesn't always exist on other.
Thank you, Madam Bia. Thank you. Just in closing, Council President, with that being said, you hear that. The financials, they're not in place. They need time, the board need time to put the right number together. Let's not mislead this community. We're here to support you. We're here for you. You guys elect us to sit here and represent you, but we got to do things the right way. Nobody's going to tell me, oh, you're voting against, you against. No, I'm not against. I'm in support of this community, and that's the reason why I'm in full support of one-year extension. Because if they don't have the finance together, if we cannot see the number clearly, we might make decisions that will affect all of you. Instead of helping you, we're going to hurt this community.
Right.
Thank you, Council
Council
President.
President.
Council President.
Councilwoman Cotton, then Councilman Woodin.
Thank you. I know that NW Financial Group is the organization that helps people come with pilots, and you with the city. Now, I remember when, I'm saying to the community, to the Brook Slope family, when it initially came, it was being asked for a 60-year when it initially came. I can see, and I remember some of us say, you know, we can do a 30-year. You know, let's look at it as a 30-year. The problem that I find sometimes with Brook Slope, you're not like a developer who's borrowing money from the New Jersey Mortgage Finance. Because your organization, your co-op doesn't qualify to get money from them. You have to then go out privately to get financing. Now, and also what has to be done is, when they come in, what improvements are you gonna make for, is it gonna be 2 million, is it gonna be 5 million that you're gonna put into the development? Because not to have improvement included doesn't warranty a pilot. So you have to have the improvement in there to warrant it that we need this. But the problem is, and as I said, I wasn't here last week, and I didn't know about the one-year extension or anything, and I don't know how everyone feel at Brook Slope with the extension, but you need the extension. You need the extension. And so in order to get this, to get your financing in place, because you're now going on the private market, no telling what the interest would be, no telling if you can find a company, no telling, you know, if it's you're gonna spend $50,000 per unit, if you're gonna spend $75,000. And with the cost of material and everything that changes so much, people don't realize from 2018 to 2020, how stuff jumped to 2022, 2023. You can't even imagine the course of what it's going through. But when you put this together in NW Financial, you really have to put it all together, because I got a paper here, and it can't be right, because you're showing no tax increase for 20 years.
I'm not sure what you're looking at.
I'm not sure who gave this out, but who gave this out? Right, it can't be right, because, I mean, every pilot, let me say to you, every pilot, each year, you see the increases of the taxes of each year. You can see it compared to what it originally would be and compared to what the pilot would be. Now, I think that everything needs to be put in place, too, for per unit, how much they do spend per unit. I mean, I hear what they're saying, like what it's costing per unit to live in the ones that own it, the co-op, but the ones that do not. But the difficulty is financing. That's going to be the biggest hurdle that you can jump. I mean, there's people out there, there's banks out there, there's mortgage people, there's people out there, but it's a matter of finding them to say that they want to come in. And I'm not quite sure, even the collateral, like what would be collateral for, we borrowing 25 million, we need 50 million. Because that's going to really help with putting everything together. You need to borrow this money, but you can't get it from the source from the federal government. You can't get it from the New Jersey mortgage. You can't get it from, because they only allow affordable developers who wants to build affordable to be able to borrow money like that. So, you know, and I'm not quite sure how everyone feels out there about the extension, but we got to give you time to go out there. We got to give you time to look. We got to give you time to start asking these mortgage and finance companies and banks, can you give us this money? And they're going to want the breakdown, too, of what are you going to do with this money? Once we give you this money, what are you going to do with this money? So I'm not quite sure. I mean, I haven't heard from any. I did speak to a couple of them, and the few people that I did speak to, they did say, you know, give us the year, give us the time that we need to get this done. I don't want you walking away and not getting anything. Right. You know, you got to get something. But the difficulty, and I see the lawyer said back there, is that going to be your role to go after the money? Come to the mic, please. I mean, because
good evening, Councilwoman.
That's going to be part of this whole package.
Yes.
Thank you, Council President.
Councilwoman, one of the reasons that we requested the one-year extension last time, we discussed need, and some of the council members had requested additional information.
Right.
I got married this weekend, but we were working diligently. We got it over today. We got all of the income verification, all of the income of each individual unit. Certainly it was included in the financial presentation. There's certainly need. The whole cooperative is affordable, and we do income verification on that. There's a little bit of a differentiation between the rentals and the cooperatives. The cooperative is an assessment, a monthly assessment, and it includes only the common property and the items on the utilities that we had. It does not include anything within the unit. So to repair and maintain within that unit, the cooperative owners have to do any of the repairs within that unit. So it is a lot more costly for the affordable people within that area. Now, why we requested, because I think we clearly show need, and I think Mr. Banker certainly is making that recommendation. We had requested, they had a 2018 reserve study, that those costs, as everyone is aware, the construction costs have increased dramatically, especially during COVID, the different shortages. We wanted to get an update for that report, to make sure all of the items that would be included. As you correctly noted, within the pilot, we have to make improvements, and we have to show those improvements. We wanted accurate amounts on that. Also, the interest rates have risen. So we would have to go out and get financing, and the financing is dependent on the pilot. They're almost always done at the same time. So we're kind of stuck a little bit in advising our client and my board in not doing that all in conjunction. So what we had requested, rather than throwing all of this information at the council, because it isn't fair. You all have a hard job up there. Whatever your opinions are, you've all given a lot of consideration to Brook Sloat. And we didn't want to throw this all at you at once, where it's pages and pages, and even as council assembling that and then giving it to you. So what we had requested is, look, let us put this in a format that's easily understandable with the report from Mr. Banker and his associates. We would give you an executive summary with all of the documents. The only outstanding thing that we've requested from the affordable housing in Paterson is the master HAP, which was requested last week. So this is not pointing fingers. The council correctly requested additional information because they wanted to give due consideration to Brook Sloat and to the people who live there, as well as the city. So I think there was good consideration last meeting. There were excellent questions. And that's why we had actually asked on Friday, we sent a letter after we had spoken with the council, requesting the one-year extension and then putting together a package. Yeah. We would anticipate that would be done by February, March. So that would be able to be done in conjunction with the bank, renew in front of the council, and it would be us with the assistance of you know, the financial company, we would put together an executive summary for all of you folks with all of the information, making it very easy with everything attached, so that you would have the time and time to actually duly consider this. I know you're all aware, as you've all mentioned, all of the comments are very thoughtful, worried about the cooperative owners within Park Slope, the tenants within Park Slope or Brook Slope. So we just wanted to make sure that the council had the full and fair information, and we thank you for your consideration.
All right, let me just ask one more question, Council President, and you hit it. When, I don't care who you go to, financing, mortgage, banks, they're gonna ask you, what is the city of Paterson doing for you? That's what they're gonna ask you. And if they're not doing nothing for you, it's gonna be so difficult to get any money. That's what I have to say. If they're gonna ask. I just want to put that out there for everybody on record. They're gonna say, do the city of Paterson have teeth in the game with you guys? And I need to, man, no matter where they go to borrow money, they ask those type of questions.
Councilwoman, it's our opinion, any financing would be contingent upon us receiving a pilot. And in looking at the numbers,
No,
and
that's what I'm saying, right.
we did it with the improvements that would need to be done, but obviously it's very dependent on interest rates, and interest rates are greatly increasing, especially since the banks consider this a commercial loan. So you get at a higher amount, you don't own the real property, it's shares of stock, so they take as collateral the assessments. But we've certainly shown the need. We just wanted to give all the information to the council so that you all could consider that. I wouldn't say that we weren't giving the information. Additional information was correctly noted and requested by the council, and we did our best to get that. We do apologize. If it wasn't for a wedding that I had this weekend, they would have had it probably Friday or Saturday, but we did get it to them today in anticipation of the meeting for tonight, today and yesterday. So we really
Just wanted to make sure that everyone understood and that I know of sitting here and not really doing many pilots, but back in the 80s and the 90s, there were quite a few pilots done on factories that was turned into apartments, and they were in order to turn those apartments into from factories, they needed pilots from the city of Paterson to be able to do that, because they weren't going to be able to get no money to do that. So I just want to, and you know what, and you are showing that there is a need here, but once you get all your financing in order, just get the financing in order. And you know, if they want to, I'm here to help. And I already said to everyone out there, I was with Brook Slope. I said it before, and I'll say it again. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Woodin?
All right, thank you, Council President. Good evening to Brook Slope families here, and thank you for being here one more time. And I'll be very quick, though. Those who attended the workshop session, and not many, but some of you attended, we asked so many questions about comparative, payment with pilot, without pilot, it's gonna happen. We talked about your control on rental units as well. All these things we covered here. And also, you came up with the improvement, how much money you need for the improvement, which is you came up from 2019. We, the council members, talked about the current inflation and what can happen, what's the change would come. And I say you are not able to give us correct number. I mean, I was advised to search on Google to how much it costs, but this is not how we should move forward. One thing we said that we are taking it very seriously. I mentioned that on the workshop session. 3 of the projects came to us in front of the city council, and I, as a council member, voted no to all 3 of them for the extension. We are taking it seriously because this is co-ops. It's not regular, project came for extension. However, we have to make educated and fair judgment. We need all the pieces in front of us. The numbers, you cannot just say, guess we are going to have $3.4 million improvement. Where are we going to improve that? We need that breakdown as well. And do you really need 3.44 million? What you got in 2019, that can be 3 times now. So I believe that at the end, we gave you guys choice that what's the option you're going to take. And you said next morning you're going to send email by 11 o'clock that whether you're going to move forward with whatever information you have, or you're going to request for 1-year extension. And this is what we have on the place today. So one thing I can just say, we should not, I think, talk much, but I say use this time wisely instead of just sitting down that you have enough time, put the pieces together, and you have heard all the concern and question came from our council members. And you know every time we are talking, because this is how this is the rubric I'm going to use to make my judgment. So you know all those things because last week we spent over an hour on this project, asking questions, and I believe that was a very productive conversation. So I would just say, use this 1 year and come back. And come back with the information that the council members will be able to make an educated judgment on this. That's all. And thank you again for my Book Slip family for your commitment to the residents who live in Book Slip.
Council President. Council President.
Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Council President. So I want you guys to just dial in for a quick moment and pay close attention, because everything I'm going to say is factual. Before I get into that, just want to be very clear. This is for all my Paterson residents, or my Brook Slope residents. It's obvious, by the temperature, and that's probably part of the reason I commend the Brook Slope Board for filling the room. It's obvious that this decision has already been made, right? And but it doesn't matter. It's just like if somebody is messing with your family member, you go outside, it's 5 people. It's a fight either way. I'm your council representative. I'm going to fight on your behalf either way, no matter what's presented and how people try to depict this, right? So the first thing is we're talking about, which he didn't have an opportunity to represent, but he stated clearly, and I'm sure he can just agree or disagree. You could nod or shake your head. If Brook Slope does not receive a pilot renewal, it can no longer pay its bills after year 4.
Correct, if the
Correct.
maintenance charges stay the same.
Correct, if everything stayed the same.
If they stay the same.
If they did not receive a pilot renewal, okay? And the differential from full taxation currently to the pilot is $345,000, right? But as you move along through the years, at the very last year, I'm just going to skip to the very last year. The differential at the very last year is $1.2 million. So as Councilman of the 6th Ward, very learned young man, pointed out, the differential may be only $100 or $200. Towards the end of the pilot, the difference, if you just average it amongst all of the apartments, that's without taking into consideration who's on a Section 8 voucher, who's not, because we understand that low-income or affordable housing for most of these projects means that you pay 30% of your income. You as Brook Slope owners don't have that option because you pay a carrying fee. But it still was supposed to be designated to be affordable. So it's relative to what other people are paying at, say, Christopher Hope, Fifth Avenue. I got more on that in a second. But if in the last year, based on the projections that the administration provided, the difference is $1.2 million, which would upkick everyone's portion additional $450. So if you're paying $800, add $450 to that, and that's not including whatever management and the board needs to go out for financing. So if you go out for a few $1 million, let's speak modestly, 5 to 10 million, you might have to add another 300-400 to that. So 800 plus the 400, 12 approximately, add another 4, you're at 16. So we're talking about affordable. How's that affordable? We understand what people are being demanded to pay now in our city at $2,100 for, whatever. I don't want to get into that. But What I was very upset about the last time at the workshop, first of all, you guys all know I came through, we had a discussion, we had a meeting. I presented, just like Councilwoman Mims talked about, they need a representative. I did my research so I could provide them with the necessary information on how the process works. I presented a proposed plan that we all had a discussion about at a workshop. I asked the council president multiple times. I wrote him a letter, an official city letterhead. Council president, can you please allow this meeting to be televised? He said no, under no circumstances. I then had to provide my own, and they claim we don't have the money or we can't afford to pay personnel to come and televise the meeting. So I provided my own on my Facebook page. Most of you can go back and see that. The other day I was here for Hispanic Heritage. Full staff was here televising it. It was 20 some odd people in the audience. We could find the time and money to televise that, but you can't find the time to televise a pilot agreement that I was presenting on behalf of 240 apartments that could amount to maybe 500 to 800 residents. These are facts. In fact, some of you were included on Councilwoman Mims, that you definitely got the email of the request to televise the meeting. Various decisions are made to televise, obviously is the purview of the council president, but we all should be able to request these things. Now, there was a concern about, we gotta be frugal. We have to consider the entire city. I don't just have just one ward or just one place to think about. So $340,000 we're being mindful of, right? Well, let's go back to the raises that we just gave out to the administration. The 50, please give me a moment. The 50,000 to the BA, the 38,000 for the law department, 33 for ED, and it goes down the line. It all amounts to $190,000 a year. Okay, so then we add in the council members that took the $6,100, extra 30K. That's $220,000 a year. Then we add in the aid. I'm sorry, not the aid. I'm sorry. What was the position Madam BA had before the chief of staff, who's been absent? He's never come here one meeting. I haven't. In fact, I took a picture of him the other day because it was a sighting of him. 110,000. So 220,000, you add the 110,000, that's $330,000 right there. Every year now that we're paying, that this council voted in favor of. We wasn't thinking about being frugal. We wasn't thinking about the full taxpayers. We were thinking about ranges that became increases, okay? So they did not provide the HAP agreement, right? So here's the thing, because I have acquired $1 million loans to do projects, right? Banks are contingent on what you have in their hand. If you had a pilot for 60 years at 6%, you have a stagnant number that you go to the bank with, and you present that to them. You say, these are our necessities. For Councilman at large, who says, oh, I'm with you, if you took a trip there, you understand that these facilities have not been upgraded since 30 years before the co-op existed. So when the Paterson Housing Authority owned it, which, by the way, I did in the presentation that was refused to be televised, so you got to find it on my page. So housing didn't do that. We never gave you guys tutelage. No one told you how to become a board member, what to vote on. You guys had to learn that through the years after being taken advantage of. Now, you're not deserving of still paying affordable housing rates. Housing was required to provide that. So they found it out. They put it on your shoulders. We don't even want to provide a pilot. Forget holding housing accountable, but that's just the tip of it. What we do, and tomorrow, because I just found it, I was in search of this thing for the last 2 weeks. I had to call to the clerk's office, Madam Clerk, your staff is phenomenal. Not only did they find it, because I do this so often, I forget which meetings and how did it go, but I remember all of the cases. I was here arguing because the person that we gave CCP to, he walked away with $15 million in his pocket the moment he signed the contract. He built subpar apartments that the people who live there now they would rather live someplace else. He was supposed to provide security. He does not provide security. He had the rec center under lock and key. Now he doesn't even want to manage it anymore. We approved $20 million, which I was the only one who voted against. The sharp one on the end, just quick yes vote. 20 million, which of the 20 million was just to do refurbishing, of which he was going to walk away with another $7 million developer's fee. Someone making profit. Can anybody from Brooksoap please stand if you're making a profit off of this arrangement? I didn't think so. So Fifth Avenue, another one that I complained about. See, I'm going to say this, and Council President, I'm arrested, because they often tout, you got to be able to get things done. You got to be able to count to 5. I refuse to partner with people who are rogue and doing things that are detrimental to this community. I'm not going to join that band. So Fifth Avenue, we gave them 17 acres of land, and don't think that they don't envision this potentially happening to the 26 at Brooksoap. We gave him 17 acres of land for $1 million. That he got that money from HUD because he had an agreement of over $100 million, of which $15 million went in his pocket right away. So my badgering, because I'm on him, I'm like, listen, he's making all this money, he's not even providing the basic essentials. If you go to a surrounding town, you live in one of these surrounding towns, you have grass. You know why? Because you have sprinklers that come on at 5 in the morning. They never, do Christopher Hope have sprinklers? No. They got dirt in front of their place. They barely do the landscaping. No security as promised. But Fifth Ave has irrigation systems now. Why? Because Councilman Jackson stays hard on the case. I couldn't win this council over not to support him because everybody, not everyone, but at least the majority for it to pass, supported this person who was not from Paterson to make over $100 million over the last 25 years and provide subpar living facilities. But they voted in favor of that, but they stand here today saying, I support you, but the numbers don't add up. What part of, in 4 years, you won't be able to pay anymore? What other numbers do you need? So let's say if you go out the financing and you can't acquire the financing and you have to come back before this council again and ask for a 30-year extension of a pilot, not to do improvements, but just to maintain your homes that you guys invested in. What are they going to say then? So, listen, people, please wake up, be mindful. This type of stuff, it's a travesty on how the condition of our community. You ride around as dirty as all ever, and you would think from coming to these meetings that change is happening. It is change. It's a lot of spare change going into somebody else's pockets. And that's what's happening here. Okay. So when it comes to the residents and the real people's concerns, your calls are ignored. And I'll rest it there. We'll listen to any more of the banter.
Council President.
Let's take it to vote.
Council President. Council President.
Councilman Velez, then Councilman Abdulaziz, then we're gonna take a vote on it, okay?
Stay here. Thank you. So
one second. Everybody is entitled to their opinion. Everybody is entitled to their opinion. Councilman, you could badge me, you could whatever you want to say against me, which is fine. You know, I'm elected by the people too.
How did I bash you?
No, you trying to twist things around.
What did I twist?
Listen.
Tell me what I twist. Okay. You denied my request.
Point of order. Point of order. Point of order. Council President speaking.
I'm speaking. Let me finish.
Point of order. Council President is speaking.
You spoke. I wonder who's benefiting from this. Garrett's Heights Co-op, 332 units. They came for a pilot too. We didn't even entertain them. We did not even entertain them. We have other co-ops too. Okay?
So,
that's one point. And you keep talking about
They make money off of their homes up there. in
I'm
Garden Heights.
speaking.
It's totally different.
Let me speak. I'm
It's totally-
speaking.
I'm just trying to clarify.
Point of order, Council, point of order.
They make
I'm
money
titled
off
to.
of theirs.
I'm titled
Point of
to
order,
my
Councilman
opinion.
Jackson. No one interrupted you while you were speaking.
Everything I said was facts. What he's saying
that's-
now is lies.
Council President,
What wasn't facts?
Council President.
What?
This-
Tell me what wasn't.
Council, I'm not gonna go back and forth with somebody. Councilman Velez, go ahead. Councilman Velez, then
Thank you.
Councilman Abdulaziz, then we're gonna go
Thank
for a vote.
you. Thank you, Council President. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, they asked us to wake up. We all wake up a long time ago. And this is, I want the residents of Brookslow to understand, I know the management understand, we had a conversation. I had a conversation with the attorney, okay? You know, we cannot start backwards. Because we start backwards, at the end of the road, somebody's gonna get hurt. And at the end of the road, it's gonna get hurt you and other people called taxpayers. So we have to sit down on this side of the road and analyze what we have in front of us. It's simple and easy. We are blessed. I'm gonna say we are blessed that the financial consultant firm step in to lead us they are the mediator between you and the administration to bring something in front of us that we don't regret in the future. Once again, I gotta say this. I believe this pilot expires in December, correct? Expires in December. Is wise enough to say an extension will be benefit. Why? Because when you come probably before December with all your paperwork together and all your financial and all the numbers on the table, get ready before the end of the expired date ends, and then you could think that we did something benefit for the years ahead, And then we don't have to start thinking about the 4 years. You know why? Because in that year that you have extension, you're gonna put everything together to come back to the council, administration, come back to the council and get approved probably 15, 30 years, or probably 50. But I cannot give you 60 years if something is not right. So we had to put everything together. To have a nice pot of rice and beans, you had to put all the ingredients together and start eating it and enjoying it. Facts are facts. Ladies and gentlemen, Fifth Avenue don't have to do nothing with Brooks Law. Any other developer out there have to do nothing but Brooks Law. What we here is to make sure that our decision go accordingly what the attorney agreed with the administration of the board, and the administration agree with financial consultant, and then we are here to say, you know what? Let's approve this. Why? Because the administration whoever administration come after them, have to figure out the $500,000 they have to get to the budget to cover whatever you guys not paying. You understand what I'm saying? So we have to do a balanced decision here, because at the end of the road, this pilot approved to you, another pilot is going to approve to another person, another project, et cetera, et cetera. The administration has the responsibility to offset those costs to not have a deficit in our budget. So simple. This is not something that I could ask you to accept or something that you had to accept. We're here to vote what is the benefit. I think the benefit right now, because at the end, based on the facts, it was not going to get approved, right? Because it was missing pieces of the facts. Now we have the facts. We got a year. We're going to move forward. We have to do what we had to do.
Thank you,
they have a
Councilman.
year to get it together and come back again, and it's going to be beneficial for all you.
Thank you,
Council President.
Councilman Abdulaziz, then we'll vote.
Thank you. I got a few more questions for the financial consultant. And so the numbers that you gave us were conventional taxes and pilot. And this is also to the residents that are watching, the thousands of residents that are taxpayers and renters. The pilot that you give us currently, if this were approved, does this property pay school taxes?
No.
No. Are you aware, once again, like I said to you before, the original assessment that you have in front of us is giving us a 2% tax increase if it goes up 2% every year for the next 30 years, correct?
Correct.
Do you know our school taxes have not gone up for 2%?
Right.
So in this pilot arrangement, who picks up the school portion of the tax bill? If they got their 60 year, and I'm going to commend the councilman from the first ward. I'll never knock a council person for fighting their constituents because I do it for my ward, so I'm not going to knock him on that. He's going to fight for his ward. But I also got to watch out for the 6th ward and all the taxpayers and renters in the city, right? Now, this pilot, the 60 year, the 30 year, whatever we're going, who pays the school tax portion of their bill if it were conventional taxes?
If it was under conventional taxes,
Yes.
the building, that would have
They'll
their,
pay for
their
it.
share of the school taxes.
And
yes.
if it's a pilot, that share, does the school district tell the city, oh, because they have the pilot, you don't have to pay it? Is that how
No.
tax laws work?
No.
Say that again, I'm sorry.
No.
No, so who pays that chunk of the bill, which is approximately between the county and the state, I mean the county and the school district, is approximately 40% of the tax bill, am I correct?
Correct.
Who pays that bill for the next 30 years, or 60 years if it passes?
It would be another source.
Say it again?
It would be another source.
Who?
Another
What-
source.
Who's the other sources?
The taxpayers,
The other taxpayers.
Right.
the city residents.
Guys, Councilman Cotton, your tax bill, when you get your tax bill, 60% is municipal, 40% is divided between the county and the school district. Am I correct on that? That is basic tax law.
Correct.
It's 4 components.
It's 5 components.
5 components, so there's 3 other components that he's leaving out.
And most of 40% is the school district and the county, approximately.
There's 3, municipality, county, school.
And we have open space in the library. Those are very minimal compared to what the rest are. So my point exactly. So you're projecting 2%. So to the residents and my colleagues, if we give this pilot in a 30-year, right? I'm not even talking about the 1 year, because I'm going to tell you flat out, we're putting a Band-Aid on a wound that, and Councilman Morris said this perfectly. In this seat right here, if you make everyone happy, chances are you're not doing your job. Every decision we make, every decision we make, we're going to make 242 people happy, our owners or renters are 800, but the 30,000 taxpayers are going to be on the hook. This is probably the best estimate coming from our CFO that every council person has. When you add, the school district has raised taxes in the last 4 or 5 years, 16%, 14%, 13%, and 12%. Check it out, that's facts. 3.5%. You know why this got to do with it? I'm going to tell you why. Because in 30 years, Brooksoap's supposed to be paying $28 million in taxes. If we give you a pilot, you're only paying $7.5 million. That means $21 million is pushed off to the taxpayers. That's exactly why I will not support this, and they have their thing on that. The numbers are facts. I commend the councilman. I understand. But those are the numbers. You hear it from the financial person. We may not like the facts, Council President.
At the audience, please.
I don't make these numbers up. Mr. CFO, may I, Council President? Mr. CFO, is this a 3.5% tax increase for 30 years?
Yes, 3.5.
Is that the average that has been going up for the last 4 or 5 years?
For the last 3 years, yes.
For the last 3 years, that's the average. And then if that continues, the amount that property will pay is $28,180,000?
Correct.
In a pilot, in a 30-year pilot, they will be paid about $7.5 million, correct?
An estimate, yes.
These are facts.
Thank you.
Council President.
Thank you, Council President.
Councilwoman Davila, then we'll vote. We'll take a vote, please.
So actually, Council President, that's what I wanted to say. I think everyone here has heard different information, some factual, some not so factual. So Council President, I'd like to take this to a vote.
Okay. Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mr. President.
Is there a motion on the floor?
Yes.
Yes,
There's
yes.
a
yes.
I
motion
moved
and a
it.
second already.
I second.
Okay, the roll,
Yes,
roll
Mr.
call, please.
Yes, sir. Roll call on item number 23 for first reading. Councilman Abdulaziz.
As stated, at this time, like other pilots that came in front of this board where I spearheaded and some of my colleagues supported, we can't continue pushing the can down the road. And they've gotten 30 years. It's time. It's affordable. You're still paying less than the affordable market rates are your neighbors. The 40 neighbors are paying almost double of what you're paying for the same amount of property. Council President, Madam Clerk, my vote is no.
Thank you. Councilman Cotton. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. As I stated before, when I looked at these numbers, I said to the CFO that I didn't believe that these numbers were correct. I believe that when you originally first came, you were asking for 60. I know that dealing with the New Jersey mortgage financing and HUD and out of New York, out of Newark, and how HUD works, and I believe that once these numbers get corrected, once you can come up with the financing, and I know that you will be able to come up with the financing to the board, and you know, maybe people that were on the board maybe did not understand some of the things that need to be done, but I believe that now that you have gotten more educated, put it that way, you understand it more, because even sitting up here as a council person, all of us don't know everything. We rely on him, her, my Madam Clerk, to help us, give us the information. Nobody can sit up here and say they know everything, because they definitely do not. And I'm saying to you, you're gonna go back, your board's gonna work with you closely to get what you need to get done, and it can't get done. I believe that these numbers could be changed to better numbers, and look at the whole prospect, to look at the whole picture of dealing with, and let me say something to you. Everybody who comes before us, HUD, the federal government, requires a support letter. If they can't get a support letter from us, they're not getting no money.
Right.
I'm gonna tell you that right now. So whatever anybody wanna tell you out there, it is not true. I done sit here with 5 mayors, and they all are different, and they all act different. But let me tell you something, in order to get this city to move forward, we better get on board, because right now we are not on board. We need to be on board with the council, with the mayor, and the Board of Education. We all need to be on board, because we know what we need to get done. So with that being said, I believe that we need to give you the time to put your figures together and what we need to get done. And Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Davila.
So once again, it's and I use this word a lot when I want to say things that maybe may not sound so nice. It's truly disheartening to sit here and hear some of my colleagues spew information that is incorrect and untrue. We had this, first, I want everyone to please give me the respect of listening to what I have to say. First, just so you all know, workshops are never televised. During COVID, we made sure through our clerk that we wanted everyone informed, and that's why we were televising all meetings, because they were all on Zoom. Once we came back, and it was in full open that all other boards were meeting, we resumed to the workshop, which never was televised, to in person, to only regular being. So for someone to state that the council president, I'm not here defending him, I just want to speak facts. That is not true. That's number one. Number two, in the history of the city, there's never been a council person that sponsors a pilot or a tax abatement. That is something that goes through the administration and presented on this side because we vote on it. You can't be the sponsor of something that has to do with the administration in terms of how it's going to affect our budget as a whole. Okay? And I'm talking because we all sponsor different ordinances. I'm speaking specific to pilots and abatements. Third, yes, I was that person that when I came here last week, because week after week, and I've spoken to a few of you board members, I've been very honest. I've given you information. I've told you what was missing, and it wasn't just last week. Last week, the only thing that was approached by NW2, the lawyer, was the request from the council from last week. So to stand here before the board and constituents for your management to say, we just got this now, that is not true. And I have proof, because I've spoken to some of you members, board members. I have emails of dates and times that I've spoken to you months and weeks ago, all right, with information missing. So I don't want the board to leave here thinking, and I can speak for self because I can't speak for others, that we're against Brook Slope. That is not true. But in order for me to make an informative decision, and I have to think about the entire city and how it affects our budget, I have to make sure that all of the information is here. We ask for income information. I don't know who here is not a board member that's here, right, that's a senior living off of just your Social Security, to know that there's some members there that live there that make over 100,000, okay? So when we ask for financials, we want to know. We want to make sure. And when we were told we don't have the information, I'm like, how do I make that decision? I'm not going to call people out here because that's not what I have to do. Here, I got to just make sure, once again.
Please,
once again.
One second. Why is everybody talking in the audience?
Once again, I have the floor.
Please
I have the
respect.
floor.
If you want to talk, please go outside the chambers and talk.
Okay. So to continue what I'm stating, because it's interesting how nobody, when Councilman Jackson spoke for 20 minutes, nobody said everything, because you all believe that he's all factual, and he's not. And he's not. But with that said, with that said, I will say that in good faith, without having all of the information, we proceeded because we wanted to make sure. And to me, just like Councilwoman Cotton said it, because at the end of the day, it is true. When you go back to the banks, they're going to ask for that letter of support. And it's at that time that and NW Financials, as well as management and the lawyer that was here, said, we prefer to do it together so that way it's done right. Then coming back and saying, you know what, we approved this pilot, but guess what? Now they're gonna tack on all this additional money because the numbers weren't correct. So I'll stand by my word, and you know what, I'll stand also with, you know what, I'm okay. I don't have to be everyone's cup of tea, but I appreciate those that understand my position. I appreciate my family members who live there, my friends and people that I've supported that live there, that continue to live there, and I'm going to do what's right for the entire city of Paterson. And that is why I believe that doing nothing wasn't an option. I believe that coming to the middle and giving the opportunity for the management and the board to come together and support something to get it together, so that way, and I heard the lawyer. I think he's going to really be on this and say that by February there's going to be some documentation in front of us and the proceedings move forward. But I'm going to tell you right now, anybody that wants to sit with me in my office, I'm going to open my emails, because this two councilwomen here and Councilwoman Mims, we requested some emails that was, it's been 2 years that we've been requesting these meetings and information, and guess what? Never got them, and I requested them here on the floor, and some of the emails went directly that were just asking for a meeting with administration, which, by the way, the CFO wasn't even here as the CFO. So there's a lot of stuff that was said, but I'm gonna keep it at that and not talk about all the other projects. So with that said, I support the 1-year extension to get yourself together and not go in full taxation as of December. My vote is yes. Thank you.
Councilman Mendez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I think before my statement and my vote, my final vote, I want to congratulate Bruce Slope community, because they've been here from the first time and they're still coming here, and the power is in the people. Let me congratulate all of you for just being here, advocating for your right. And let me just say this, throughout this conversation, I have a great dialogue with the lawyer that representing Bruce Slope, some of the board members, and the lawyer, he just hit it right on the nail. I said from the beginning, when I saw the redevelopment project with the 2018 number, I said this is wrong, because I mean that number have to be double or triple, And I know there's one thing that I'm totally clear and 100% with all of you, that Bruce Slope, those units, they need to be renovated. Those units, those apartments, they need renovation. The board, you guys need our support. But I also have a conversation with NW Financial Group, with the lawyer, with a board member, and this is a victory. Because just think about it. If we will not have this extension, you will end up to pay $545,899, almost $600,000. With 1 year extension, you're gonna stay paying $200,000. That will give you the time for you guys to come back on the table, and with the numbers together, numbers that make sense. You know, I'm all about facts and working with the community. I'm always saying that you guys select us here to do the job for all of you, but do the job, you know, for being open and mindful and not using this seat for political reason. So this is a victory. If we voted yes on this, the board's gonna have a whole year to come back and do the right thing for all of you. You will not be affected, you will not be impacted, but I'm looking forward that at the end of this conversation, whatever we approve on, I would like to go back to Bruce Slope. I've been in a lot of those apartments, a lot of your apartments. I know I've been knocking on all those doors, and I know that those apartments, they are in need of renovation, major renovation, kitchen, bathroom. And Bruce Slope community, it's a working community. Those affordable units, they have to stay affordable for the community. And that's the reason why I've been very open to this conversation with all entity, informing myself. And the right thing is to give you guys the benefit to bring the number on the table. And I'm a councilman in the 3rd Ward, but we all represent the whole city because our vote impacts the whole city. But the right thing is to give you guys the opportunity for you to put the financing piece together, the project, the renovation project together, hot document, and have that discussion. And because of that, I'm gonna say yes to support Bruce Slope tonight. So my vote is yes. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Mims?
So I'm going to reiterate what I stated before. This process has been before us way before we even got involved. When you first came to this council, we knew we didn't have any information. We were almost blindsided when it first came to us, but when you did come, we were grateful that you came out in full force. We asked for some information. It took a while to receive some of it, and some we still didn't receive all of the information. I spoke to someone from the management's office, given some data, you need to do this, you need to do this. But the thing is, for me, and I'm gonna say it again, you have to get someone that is working in the best interest of Brook Slope, not the city, not the administration. You gotta get someone that is working in the best interest of Brook Slope and the residents of Brook Slope. While we appreciate NW Financial, and I have nothing against them, they are connected to the administration. And so they're gonna make sure that it makes sense through the administration because that's who they work for. When you have someone that represents you, right, and this is the first time I've seen the lawyer at the meeting, so I don't know if he was just detained recently. Were you just retained recently?
He was here last week.
Okay, well, last week. Even if it was last week, he's new. He hasn't been here. So whenever he came on, he presented last week and then today. So what I'm saying to Brook Slope is that make sure you have someone, you're sitting at the table with someone that's gonna look through, identify what the concerns are, what your needs are, and then they build a pro forma, right? They would know what that means. It's done. You work with the administration. They can present what they have, but you're gonna have what's in your best interest, even if you have to come to some level of a middle ground. The concern I have is that this packet we got tonight, which was going to be referred to, turn to page 5. It wasn't on my desk, right? Turn to page 5. But it was originally dated the 18th, which was last week, and then it was updated just today. Regardless if the documents came today or not, regardless if last week was the meeting they came for it or not, it should have been requested that they were a part of it from the very beginning. Not at the last minute when you're saying, well, now you're at a standstill, now there's nothing else for us to do, it's the end of the year, there's not enough meetings, so we're gonna give you a year. I'm gonna say this. Record this meeting. Write the date down. Because you're going to be able to go to the clerk's office and make an open request of the meeting, or go on YouTube and go on search, and you can look at this meeting a year later. And remember tonight, with this vote, if it passes, for the 1 year, how long it will take before your project is presented back to the council. I want you to write that down based on all of the things I'm stating that you need to make sure you have in place. Make sure you go to the bank, get all the stuff you need. How long will it take, and then what is being offered to Brookslope? Then you will see where the truth lies. Then you're going to see in all of the minutia, where is the truth? Because there's always three sides to a story. Is this side, that side, then there is the truth. So now you have everything that you need. Now I'm praying there's nothing else that's asked that come out of the wind, that you need something else. Because now you have everything. It is stated everything that you have, you need to get done, you have it. So to your lawyer, if you get some other advisors, I don't know if you keep the same board members, shift and get someone that has a CPA background or whatever, but you gotta have someone that speaks this language, that understands HUD, that knows the requirements, so when you're coming, before you get here in your meetings, they are speaking to you based on what the requirements are from HUD, what a financial portfolio looks like, all of these things. So when you come and you're sitting here, that when they're speaking, you understand exactly what's being stated, and you'll understand that you're not being bamboozled. It's a tough spot tonight, right, that we're in, because if we vote no and you don't get it, then you're out, right? So we have to, well, I'm going to support it, because I don't want to see any residents be in a situation, holiday time is here, and families, people are grieving, they have so many concerns, so I'm never going to be the person in the way of our residents being at a place. But I'm going to end with this. Affordable housing is needed in the city of Paterson. I get calls every single day where people don't have a place to live. People are losing their houses on one side because the taxes keep going up, all these extra fees. Then when they're out of their house, they have no place to live because they can't afford the rent. So we have to make sure that we have a plan for affordable housing. We have to make sure that we're sitting beforehand proactively with all of these entities. If we knew that this was ending in December, we should have been meeting with them a year ago, 2 years ago, so that you're not at the last minute sitting here like, I wonder, oh my God, my livelihood and all that is in this place. So Brookslope, you know, everybody that called me, I see some of you out there that called me, you already know. I don't have to say I'm with you. You already know that I'm definitely standing with you, and I stand with these residents. But I want you to write down everything that's been stated, every piece of information, and stay on top of your lawyer and get someone to be on your board that has that background. It doesn't speak against anyone else on the board. Just ask them, can we add another person? You vote on it, make a motion, add someone that understands finance to your board, because it's going to be really important with you moving forward, going to the bank, and all of that, because you need that level of expertise. Without it, you're going to keep coming back. It's like coming back, asking for something where they're like, looking at you like, okay, we'll give you what we want. No, when you know what you deserve, you have the numbers, it matches everything. When you come here, they have no other choice but to give you exactly what you deserve. So, Madam Clerk, this is a first reading. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Udine?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Today we are voting for 1 year extension, not 30 years, just to restate. And if you recall, on the first day when Councilman Jackson presented here, one thing I said, and it's very true, that every single pilot abatement that hurts a owner, that's true. Nobody can avoid that truth. One thing I said on the first day, that I have to see the number changes, which is, I believe in the first presentation, that was like 4 or 5 times higher than what you are paying today. And I said I have to compare. My judgment would be that, is this change increase the number is like regular homeowners, or the number that is going to cause some of the co-op's owner to lose the ownership? That's what I have to consider when I'm going to vote for 30 years. let's not talk about 30 years since we are talking about 1 year. As many other council colleagues mentioned that put your things together, all the requested pieces in this year and bring them back to the council meeting and let us to decide whether you deserve to get 30 years or not. That's all I'll tell you. My stand, and I would say before even I run for the election, I am standing totally against abatement, totally against pilot. That's my stand. It does not mean that some of the pilot that is giving back to the community, that also you have to consider. So I used to say this is my stand. We have to think about 30,000 homeowners at the same time too. But again, I wanted to bring the numbers that give us idea that what can cause with that number change. So I wish you the best. Bring your pieces together. Brooks Law, nothing personal. As you can see that last 3 months I'm in the council, I'm voting independently. I don't care which way. Whatever I feel is the best for the people, that's what I'm going through. So I say use this 1 year, do not sit down, but talk to our BA, Corporation Council, or communicate properly that what are the pieces that you need to present to the council. And also, I believe that you have taken note from the last workshop session that what are the documents were requested. And again, I would say that if you go back to the last workshop session, so many questions we are asked, it said sometimes answer came back saying, oh, we don't have the information right now. And it doesn't look good though, from your end. Because when you're saying that I don't have the piece ready, or I don't know that, I don't have the exact number, how I, as a council member, know the exact number when you are not able to give the exact number? So I believe that by this time limit that you have a year, and you will come up with the numbers, the things that were requested, and with that being said, I would say my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez.
Ladies and gentlemen, NW Financial Administration. I'm going to tell you something that you probably don't know, why they are assisting both sides. Councilwoman Davila will agree with me, and those that sit in the chair committee. We had a pilot in front of us for 30 years. 100% resident was seniors. 100% of the residents was seniors. They present to us a scope of work that they was going to do in the properties, and still did not convince the council to approve. They deny it. So now NW's Financial step in to get a medium, to get a decision, to make sure they presented the right thing. Today, Brooks Law, and I could go back, probably I was in here, of course not. I was in the Bronx. I got 33 years in Paterson only. But you got 15 years. 15 years. Now, I think what made the renewal successful, another 15 years? What was presented in that time that attract a renewal? What you have to look for to attract another 30 years? And I think the lawyer that stepped in a week and a half ago and the administration of the Brooks Law will get that attractive method to be able to get approval. I'm not going to sit here and slander the residents and then say yes. I just want to work with everyone that bring things in the city that be able to be beneficial for everyone. Right now, and I'm going to put this decision this way. Brooks Law is in a life support machine. Okay? It's a life support machine. The doctors comes in and say you got only 2 months to make a decision. Or you live or you die. Here comes the other nurse. Say, no, let's disconnect the machine. Only 2 months. Hey, no problem. So here comes the council say, let's offer 1 year for they get everything together and they could survive. So saying that, we're going to give another boost for 1 year, and my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
You're welcome, sir.
So, before I vote, just want to clear up a few things. See, a lot of people who sit here don't even understand their role. Many council members don't even understand their obligation, their responsibilities, and their authority. This is an equal mayor-council government. The council does not have to wait for the administration to present a plan to the council. The council has full authority to write legislation. That's our jobs. But what happens here is the administration writes the legislation. Most of the time, council members put their hand up and say, I'll put my name on it, and that's how things are presented. So they're absolutely correct. The firm works on behalf of the mayor. This firm, they presented the facts well, but they presented the facts a little differently for the previous pilot that was presented to us. They presented it to the council for it to be approved in its entirety. There was no suggestion for 1 year. They presented it to be approved in its entirety. The council then, because that pilot was totally different, you cannot make a comparison. That's a developer who's been making a great deal of money over the last 30 years that they had a pilot. They didn't do the repairs, they didn't do the things necessary, and they didn't provide a fair and clean, safe housing. This is different than that. These are the residents being a direct beneficiary from the pilot. There's nobody making a profit from that. So Councilman Abdelaziz talked about the $21 million, and I want you guys to please make note of something. And to my Brooksoe family, I pray, I hope I did a good enough job in representing your position, because I'm not gaining anything from this. And despite of what some people may feel, and they may not want to support it because it's First Ward or because it's Councilman Jackson that brought it forward, but he's accurate. The $21 million over a 30-year period, it would be the differential in what you're paying. Sounds like a lot of money. That's how they throw it out there, right? So take that $21 million and divide it amongst the 25,000, not the 30, but the 25,000 taxpayers, which actually brings the number up higher. It comes to $840 over a 30-year period. Divide that over 30 years, it's $28 a year. Divide that by 12 months, $2.33 a month that the other taxpayers will have to pick up the burden of. Not to say that that's not relevant, because I'm sure the way we allow the administration to hike up the taxes all the time, giving raises and things of that nature, we should be focused on every single penny. But now they want to put the focus on Brooksoe. $21 million you're going to burden the community with, the schools. It amounts to $2.33 per month for taxpayers. Let's talk about the other responsibility of the council, the financial fiduciary responsibility. I have put in a request to the administration and to the chair of finance and the council president. When are we going to do a review of the finances of Hinchcliffe Stadium, where that budget went from 90 million to 120 million? Now we got contracts that was done without it being vetted through the council, contracts that weren't approved by the school board. We fall asleep on that. It is the council's responsibility to mind the finances of the city, but we fall asleep on that. So listen, I'm not going to burden this any longer. It is what it is, Brooksoe. I'm going to say this last thing, and Councilwoman Mims stepped out. I regret that, because first, I want to take my hat off to the current Brooksoe board. The current Brooksoe board found themselves taking these seats with Brooksoe being in debt, a substantial amount, where money had been misappropriated, money may have been stolen. There was all kinds of accusations. They came in and they did their financial fiduciary responsibility in getting Brooksoe back solvent. There is no outstanding debts, because they knew what they know what they're doing. So yes, they've taken that step in hiring consultants and learning the job. So I don't want to let that moment pass without giving them credit for getting us to this point. This point. They didn't have any formal training in this. None of you have who served on the board. None of you have, served as an executive or CEO of a Fortune 500 company. Brook Soap is a Fortune 500 company, and it's being managed much better. And in fact, if we do a comparison to the facilities outside, to all the other facilities where we allow these people to walk away with $15 million in developers fees, there is no comparison. Brook Soap is far better. We owe it to you guys. We owe it to you guys. And we don't owe it a 30-year, we owe it a 60-year because you guys have paid the price long enough. The 60 years that have passed, with you living under those conditions and without having upgrades, all the evidence is here. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Mr. President?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I wonder why every entity who has a pilot come in front of the council for a renovation when the pilot is about to expire. Who is responsible for keeping those properties updated? That's my question. So somebody's dropping the ball. You could tell me later, Councilman. And $2.30 is the money to me. That's another thing. And also, the carrying charges, board anytime could increase your carrying charge of whatever the amount you're charging, you're paying every month. Also, we do need affordable housing, but for whom? I have the list of the income right here. Some people making 150,000, 87,000, 96,000, 76,000. So it is submitted by Brook Soap. So who is it for? Who is benefiting from this? That's my question. And I look at throughout the city, $2.30 is money to me. Divide $2.30, give a pilots to 10, 15, 20 properties. That's $100 a month. You know who have to? There's a burden on the taxpayer in the city of Paterson. My vote is no on this, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Madam Clerk?
I'm going to announce the votes, sir, and I think everyone should be quiet. The vote is 7 in favor, 2 against. Item number 23 is hereby adopted on first reading, second reading, and a public hearing on this ordinance will be held at the next regular meeting. It's on a Thursday, November 10, 2022 at 7 p.m.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's take the consent agenda.
Yes,
No?
sir. Next item on the agenda is our consent agenda. All matters listed on the consent agenda are considered to be routine by the council and will be enacted by one motion. The items listed on the consent agenda are numbers 10 through 21. Any item may be removed from the consent agenda by the request of any council member, and if so removed, will be treated as a separate matter. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims, second by Councilman Mendez and Councilman Abdulaziz. Roll call on consent agenda, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call on the consent agenda items 10 through 21. Councilman Abdulaziz?
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I need to answer what I was said. I know the answer. The answer is, when these policies was put in place in the 80s, the 90s, and the 2000s, there was nothing required by the council members in those years. So now going forward, requirements will be put in place. And let me tell you something. Every council member that we did pilots back in the day, none of them are still living. We got one councilwoman still living. Her name is Merle Jackson. And Vera Ames, we got 2. So back in the day, things were not put in place to make sure things were done correctly. But going forward, it should be now. And he said Tom Rooney is still living, but I'm not sure. But
We're voting on consent agenda.
Madam Clerk, I know we on the
Thank
consent
you.
agenda, but I'm just saying, there's so much stuff that comes through and changes as times go on, and you look at what happened back then, and you look at what happened now, and going forward, or what happened. And I just needed to put that out there, that, thank you. Thank you, Speedy. You know, we don't understand sometimes, you know, we do understand, but it just needed to be put out there back in the 80s when we had all these abandoned factories around here and nothing, and that's when they decided to put housing in those abandoned factories. Madam Clerk, I forgot what we voting on.
On the consent item.
I just love my Madam Clerk. She is just absolutely wonderful.
10 through
Madam
21.
Clerk, and my Secretary Phyllis. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes. If we don't have humor, you know, there's something wrong with our lives. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
You're welcome, thank you. Councilman Mendez.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman
Thank you.
Mims.
I was like, what item are we on?
Consent agenda items.
Well, I know because I moved it, but I was confused
10
for a
through
minute.
21.
My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Udine.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Velez.
I just want to remind Ruby Cotton that former Councilman Sai Sadajali is still alive. Yeah, that's another one. Yeah, okay. So my vote is yes.
Mr. President,
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
the vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. Items 10 through 21 and the consent agenda is hereby adopted.
We,
Mr.
Madam Clerk, we have another presentation, a short presentation by Passaic Valley Water Commission.
Right, yes, sir.
Is Mr. Brian Pearson
I think they're all here.
here?
Yes, they've been waiting.
Brian has been quiet there, sitting in the front
And
line.
Christian Bora.
I like,
Please, go ahead, continue. Make it short and sweet.
the mic.
Thank you.
Is the mic on? Okay. Council President, council members, thank you for having us tonight. My name is Brian Frierson, and I do know most of you, so thanks for having us. And I work in the communications department at the Passaic Valley Water Commission, and we're here to talk to you about how we're removing thousands of lead water service lines from the city of Paterson. Some of our partners include CWA, which are Clean Water Action, and the contractor, Pacific Construction. That's the construction company who's actually removing and replacing the lines. And of course, last but not least, CDM Smith. And with me, I have Christine Ballard. She's an engineer at CDM Smith, and CDM Smith is the engineering firm that's overseeing the entire scope of the project. So with that, Christine Ballard.
Hi, I know it's late, but this is a very important message because we need your help to have a lead-free Paterson. So we're going to talk I'm going to go as quickly as I can through these slides. I know it's been a long night. For most of you, you may know the water service comes from a water main in the street to your home. There's 2 components of it, a portion that's owned by Passaic Valley Water and a portion that's owned by the property owner. Under this program, all lead service lines, regardless of whether they're owned by Passaic Valley Water or by the property owner, will be replaced as part of this program. There will be no out-of-pocket costs for property owners to have their lead service line replaced. It's a huge program. The program entails Clifton, Paterson, Passaic, and Prospect Park. The total project budget is $36 million, of which we have 50% paid by the state of New Jersey. Right now, we're planning on 6,500 lead service lines to be replaced, but we're investigating another 11,000 homes. Everybody here should know if you've received a letter or contact to trying to get an inspection inside your home, it's someone from either Clean Water Action or CDM Smith that will perform the inspection. At no time will anyone ask you for money. All they're gonna come in is look, they wanna see what the piping material is that comes into your home from the street so that we can determine if it's lead or not. If it is found to be lead, we wanna replace it for you. Currently, to date, we know there are almost 3,000 lead service lines in Paterson. We haven't yet begun replacement. Right now, we're trying to do our inspection to find out where all of the lead service lines are. We've completed 202 inspections so far to date in Paterson. We have, I'll flip through this quickly. We did a prioritization that looked at overburdened communities. We looked at the U.S. Census block for child density. We looked at our material database of where density of lead is, and we compiled everything to create a pilot area of where we're going to start work. We wanted to be fair and equitable so that we target the right areas first. Eventually, under this program, all lead service lines will be replaced. So it's not that we won't get to you, it's just we might not get to you first. What you can expect, our inspectors will have a badge. Again, I'm gonna say it again, no one will ever ask you for money. The inspection takes 10 to 15 minutes. We will leave you an educational flyer if you are found to be lead, and if it is, we'll schedule you for a replacement. In the replacement phase, you should know it takes a small excavator to do the work. There'll be a small patch, perhaps in the grass or in the roadway. Typically, the contractor goes block by block, which means that they're going to do replacements, and typically on Friday is when they do the restoration work. So don't panic. The repair to your sidewalk, the repair to your grass will be completed as part of this project. It is intended to put it back better than how we found it. You'll see some no parking signs in the area of where we're going to be working. Again, you can see the open trench. I'm just going to flip through quickly. We will provide photo documentation. We have inspectors there monitoring work. If at any point you have any questions, please see someone with a CDM Smith vest or hat, and they'll be happy to help you. The temporary restoration may look something like this patch. Final restoration is typically done 60 to 90 days later. So you'll get a temporary patch, and then we'll come back and make sure the final restoration is done. Get the word out. We're having trouble getting people to let us into the home to do these inspections. We need to do them. We want 100% replacement. We want to get the lead out of Paterson, and we need your help. So I'll end with that.
Council President. Council President.
Thank you so much. It was an informative presentation.
Correct. Just simple.
If you guys want to give any suggestions,
No,
just quickly.
I just got one, Council President.
Councilman Velez and Councilman Mendez.
So I was at a press conference, and I did a Spanish piece on it. If you have problem to go into the Fifth Ward houses, you just go with me. Everybody will open the door for me. But
Thank you.
I'm a little bit concerned. We have a ordinance in place almost 3 years ago, or 4, curve to curve pavement. I noticed that you just open the road and you put a temporary patch. We hope, because a lot of our roads are getting resurfaced, okay? We hope that when you do the permanent resurface or cover the patch, you go that block curb to curb, because we want to see it completely. Because what happened is that if you do that patch and you just go to put a patch in it to permanent, it's going to sink.
Right.
And it's going to be a problem.
Right.
So taking that consideration, if you open the front of my house, the block is about 100 feet long, so the whole street had to be repaved again.
Right.
All right. Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you.
Councilman Mendez, then Councilman Mims.
Thank you, Council President. And my concern, it's definitely on that direction. I know that this replacement program needs to take place. It's and you need the community collaboration. Now, for example, 6th Avenue and East 19. That 6th Avenue was just repaved not too long ago. A week later, we got just three houses got this replacement. Now that little space is sinking because you just put a little patch there, and that's gonna destroy our roads. So we're investing millions of dollars fixing our roads, and then you guys have to work in collaboration with the administration. It's really concerned that we fix the road, and a week after, Passaic Valley Water Commission come in to replace the pipe, they just open up, and 6th Avenue and East 19, it was fixing maybe a month ago, and look at now, you pass by that now, it's sinking. And that's happening citywide. So this program is definitely needed, but you guys have to work in collaboration with the administration, because I'm calling everybody, and I'm going back there, so I'm gonna send a letter to PSCNG, Passaic Valley Water Commission. As a councilman of the 3rd Ward, I'm going personally after any company that come in and open the road and not fixing the way it is.
Right.
There's a legislation, as a councilman mentioned, in place, curb to curb. We need to help our city. We have to protect our taxpayer, and those are taxpayer dollars that we're spending fixing our road that are in terrible condition. So this is my recommendation. Look the resurfacing agenda, the program that we have. We already have a list, and work with that list. So by the time we replace it, we're gonna come and fix it, and we're not gonna see this problem. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you.
Yeah, so that was a part of what I was gonna say, but here's 2 other pieces. In this project, can you ensure that they do not start the work until after 9 o'clock? We have an ordinance on the book, and a lot of times when work is done, they come in at 7 or 8. Do you need my pen to write that down? Oh, you have a pen, okay. But after 9 o'clock, we have an ordinance on the book. Also, I'm not sure if you have it already, but can we ensure that there are site managers available for these projects?
There's site managers.
So with the site managers, we should have a quality of service report that is done prior to your work and then after your work, so we can see if there's any concerns that, you know, whether it's sewer infrastructural issues after you leave or whatever that looks like, but make sure you show the work before and after so that we can have it on hand for our legal department.
Thank you so much, Councilwoman. Thank you. We appreciate you coming in for doing this presentation. Madam Clerk, thank you so much. Madam Clerk,
Yes, sir.
let's take those non-consent agenda 22, 24, and 25.
Madam Clerk, I'm sorry, Council President.
Yeah,
I
Councilwoman.
just asked my corporation counsel, he said I can say something. I'm on the board there, that's why I had to make sure I asked him. My 2 questions, if I may, CDM, there's a website on the Passaic Valley Water Commission that you can check your address to see if your line is lead.
Okay.
Because you may not, I checked my address, my line is not lead. So there's a website that you can check to make sure, to see if your line, if the line coming into your house is lead or not.
pvwcleadserviceline.com.
Right.
pvwcleadserviceline.com. You can type in your address, you can look it up, it'll identify whether it's lead or not, and if it's unknown, you can register for us to do an inspection to determine whether it is lead or not.
What about customer service?
There's a customer service
They
line
do have the
also.
customer service, and
Yes.
I just want to make one more point, CDM. The company that's being used by Passaic Valley Water is the same company that was used by the city of Newark to replace all their lead lines that they had problems with.
Yes.
And they did an excellent job in the city of Newark. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Item 22, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Next item on the non-consent agenda is item number 22, resolution memorializing the life and legacy of Mrs. Dorothy Collins Rowe, sponsored by Councilwoman Mims, Councilwoman Cotton, and Councilman Davila. City Council Resolution 2265.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims,
Nobody
second by
said their name on
Councilwoman
it.
Cotton and Councilman Mendez. Roll call on item number 22, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call on item number 22 for approval. Councilwoman Cotton? Number 22.
Please pass for a minute.
Okay, Councilman.
Thank you.
Jackson? You're passing? Councilman Mendez?
Yes, Madam
Number
Clerk.
22. Okay, Councilman Mims?
So I'll start the charge.
Yes.
So let me talk about Mrs. Rowe. Everyone knows Reverend Rowe, who was a very staunch advocate, preacher, prophet, educator. He served on the school board and did many things, but his wife had a great vision for the Adult Day Center, which is located inside of Calvary. She did so many wonderful things. She was one of my sorors. She is a part of the sorority of the illustrious Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated, and she was just phenomenal. So it is just an honor and a privilege, one, not just to memorialize her life and legacy here on paper, but to have known her, to have gotten her wisdom, and sat in her presence for so many years. So this goes to her, her family. It also goes to the Calvary Baptist Church, and it also goes to the members of the Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Udine?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to say to Ms. Dorothy Rowe, I've known her when her husband was even on the school board. And being a First Lady of Calvary Baptist Church, she was such a kind of person that you can reach out and touch. And not everybody you can reach out and touch, because they sometimes do not talk like they should. But I can truly say, Dorothy Rowe, being the First Lady of Calvary Baptist, being part of the Delta, which my daughter is a part of, but she's always been such a lovely, lovely, lovely lady. She don't mind sitting down talking with you at all about anything. So I'm honored to sponsor, along with Councilwoman Mims and Councilwoman Dabler, memorializing the life and legacy of Mrs. Dorothy Collins Rowe. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Davila?
So I've had the privilege to sit by her side for quite a few years. Deaconess Rowe, definitely a role model, mother-like, grandma-like to me. I'm going to miss those moments when we were leaving Sunday church and her giving me advice on the political side, because she always said, keep your focus on God first. And I appreciate her husband, even before I was elected, sitting down with them and always having their support. So I can say that no one else can. I can say the relationship that we had was a sisterhood, okay, a sister in God, and Deaconess Rowe is going to be missed. She always sat to my left, always with her beautiful fancy hats. She was a classy, educated woman that I think we all should look up to. So with that said, I'm happy that I'm being part of this, and with that said, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Classy, sophisticated indeed. I stand on the shoulders of her family, her husband and his legacy, and hers as well. And our community is truly losing some powerful leadership and experience, if you will. So with that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Mr. President?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
The vote is 8 in favor, 1 absent. Item number 22 is hereby adopted. Number 24?
Yes, please.
Next item is item number 24. Resolution addressing an entertainment / show license renewal for Mamba Lounge LLC, trading as Chiflada, located at 62-64 Dover Street in the 5th Ward. Finance Resolution 22655.
So move.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilman Mendez. Roll call on item number 24.
Yes, sir. Roll call on item number 24 for approval.
I don't need to sign this.
Councilwoman Cotton?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Councilman Velez,
Yes,
that's your ward.
it is.
It's fine.
100%.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Udine?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
I have to say this is a good business, they're good neighbors. They're so good that they construct a new project next to their building, the facilities, their business, and they rented 3 apartments for their employees because they want to be good neighbors. So my vote is yes.
Mr. President?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Vote is 8 in favor, 1 absent. Item number 24 is hereby adopted. 25? Mr. President?
25.
Continue, Mr. President, with item number 25.
25, who is it moved by?
No, she
No,
said
I
that
didn't
she
read it
moved
yet. I
forward.
just wanted to confirm.
Yes, please.
Yes. Next item is item number 25, resolution addressing a renewal of a dance hall license for Mamba Lounge LLC, trading as Chief Ladder, located at 62-64 Dover Street in the Fifth Ward, finance, resolution 22656.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilman Mendez. Roll call on item number 25.
Yes, sir. Roll call on item number 25 for approval. Councilwoman Cotton?
Yes.
Councilman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Udine?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Mr. President?
Yes.
The vote is 8 in favor, 1 absent. Item number 25 is hereby adopted.
Madam Clerk, we'll open up the public portion now.
Yes, Mr. President, we
How
have
many speakers do we have?
21 speakers. The public portion is now open. Our first speaker is Ms. Sylvia Farrar. Sylvia?
What's the name?
Can you please say the name?
Sylvia Farrar.
Sylvia Farrar.
She left.
Next.
And I think the next is Ruby Fletcher. Is it
Ruby Fletcher. She left as
Okay.
well.
Miss Edith Smith. Edith Smith.
Ms. Smith?
You don't want to speak?
She don't want to speak.
Okay. Next speaker, she doesn't want to speak.
Teresa Schultz. Teresa.
Next.
Council President,
Val Freeman. Ms. Val Freeman.
she's here.
Madam Clerk, my apologies. Ms. Ruby Fletcher did not leave. She may not give me no more food. She's right in the front. Okay.
Okay.
Ms.
continue.
Freeman.
Ms. Freeman, you want to speak? Move on, Mr. President. Oh, Ms. Freeman.
Lord have mercy. Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
How are you all this evening?
We're doing fine.
It's been quite an evening. My name is Valerie Freeman. I'm here because, as you all know by now, I am seeking a seat on the school board. There are 3 seats available. And I'm coming before the citizens of Paterson, and I'm asking for you to make me one of your choices. For over 20 years, I've been an advocate for children, fighting for them that they receive the best education, going to Trenton, going to different states in this great country, making sure that Paterson School District gets the money and the things that they deserve. So many people ask me why. When God says something to you, you move. I don't know how other people move, but that's how I move. It's my time. I think I can make a difference. My voice can be your voice, and it will be. And I'm asking the city of Paterson to give me a chance. I'm not going to stand here and promise you things because promises are always broken. But what I will say to you all is that I'm going to work my hardest. I'm going to make sure that the teachers and these students get the things that they deserve. There's no reason why the outskirts cities students are performing better than ours and are receiving things better than our children. And I was always taught to follow the money. And that is one thing that we just don't do here. Why? I don't understand, but I was taught how to read a budget. I was taught how to follow the money. Then you will see where the mismanagement is going. Our kids deserve so much more. The district deserves so much more. The teachers deserve so much more. And I feel, and I'm gonna tell you, people say I'm cocky. I'm not cocky, I'm confident. And when you're confident about something that you believe in, when it's in your heart, it's called hard work. So it's not hard work, it's hard work. And for more than 20 years I've been doing it, and for some reason I just didn't make a move. God was pushing me, but I kept ignoring him. So now I'm standing before you today, once again asking you, make me one of your choices. You have three. You have three. I'm for F, for Freeman. I'm a fighter. My foundation is strong. I say the things that need to be said. I say the things that need to be said. And I'm sure that on there, working with the current board members, we either work together to get things done correctly. The community needs to be more involved in the school board. And that's one of my plans. Conferences sending parents outside of this city needs to begin again, because that's how I learned. That's how I was taught. We learned so many things traveling to the Title I conferences, coming back, turnkeying the information, and that is how I am able to advocate for my children on my own. That is why I can go into a meeting with the principal, superintendent, teacher, and know the right things to say and demand for my child. And I want to start that up again. I want to teach the parents those things because it's important. So again, I'm asking the city of Paterson, make me one of your choices. 4F for Freeman, Valerie Freeman. 4F on your ballot November 8th. Make it count.
Thank you.
I want to be the change. Good evening.
Thank you.
Next speaker, yes, sir. Mr. Winifred Harrison.
Harrison?
Ms.
Ms. Harrison?
I be having a lot going on up here with this mic. Good evening, council members and everybody that's here.
Good evening.
My name is Winifred Harrison. I'm a fourth-generation resident of the city of Paterson. I'm coming up here for 3 reasons. Thank you for voting for the extension for Brooks Low. That is one. And the second one is Operation Ceasefire Paterson is a nonprofit organization. We have several council members and other people in here that did not participate in our annual fundraiser. We thank you, Ms. Cotton, and all those that's going to continue to donate to us. That's all I'm going to say for that. Now, Nifty Lions Sports, Inc. is 5th in the nation. On the first full week of December, we will be going down to Florida. We need your support, financially, emotionally, and spiritually. You could contact Coach Carter at 9767, or you could contact me, all y'all have my phone numbers, or with email, Ms. Winnie Harrison, 0002017. We need y'all support if we're gonna continue to take our young men down to Florida every year. And we do it on our own.
That's right.
So I'm just asking for the support in honor of Nifty Lions and Silk City Elite. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Harrison. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Next speaker is Mr. Daniel Mejia. Daniel Mejia.
Hello. Before I start, did you guys get this paper handed to you guys? No?
I'll give it to you in a second.
Okay.
It will be delivered.
Okay. So basically, my name is Daniel, and I am the CEO of Silk City One. I'll start by reading the top, which it says, Silk City One is a company that looks to have the people more involved in what is going on in their hometown by providing a QR code, which would be installed in every household door or as a magnetic sticker for the fridge. With this option, the city residents could scan to view what's new. So basically, it would show them 3 options. The first option is any city jobs, which could be governmental or local. Second option is any city events. That could be things that were submitted towards the city, like garage sales or it could be basketball games, football games between schools. And then the third option, it would be for the city council members or the city elects, which they would have video presenting themselves and their vision for the city. On the bottom, it would have a more about, which would say your story, your background. And then you guys will also have a checklist of things that you would have to do based on what the people have told me or Silk City One. For example, it could be the street is messed up. So anytime you complete anything within that checklist, the people within that area would receive the notification letting them know that it's done. Now, if you're not doing your job, the people would have the right to be able to remove you out of office through the law of recall referendum. So I have presented it many times within the city, and I wanted to hand this paper to you guys because, as Mr. Mejia mentioned before, it's only 5 signatures that we need so it could be able to be approved here, and then for the mayor to decide on whether he's going to support it or not. So basically within that's just a small portion of it. The next half, it would be that we're asking for 25 cents per house, which is around 151,000. With this money, what I look to do is, as I mentioned before, through hydroponics and aquaponics, I wanted to use those methods to try to clean the river. It's only one section, but within this city, it's something that I could spread out. But first, I wanted to set example within my hometown. I also have a company called Silk City Wear, which the outside of the shirt, it's cotton, but the inside is silk. It's just, representing the city. That's about it.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Yes, Mr. President. Next speaker, Ms. Darlene Morris.
Good evening, everyone.
Good
My
evening.
name is Darlene Morris. I came here tonight, first I want to say hello to everyone. I came here tonight in support of Brook Slope, but there were some other things that were said that called my attention to other things. One was that when Abdulaziz said that Councilman Morris said, if everyone is pleased, you're not doing your job. Well, then if everyone is pleased, you're not doing your job, right? So you're not doing your job because there's a lot of people that's not pleased. I hear it every single day. And then Ms. Davila said, we have to look at all 6 wards when we're making decisions. But when the schools were being built, all 6 wards weren't looked at because there's no new schools in the 1st and in the 4th ward. So where's the equity there? If we're gonna make financial decisions that's gonna benefit everyone, let's benefit everyone. And the one thing that nobody is speaking about is the racial divide. We all pretend everybody knows what's going on, but nobody addresses it. We know for a fact that people feel, I know in the city I felt disenfranchised, in the city that I was born and bred in the city that I contributed to in every way that I possibly. My mother walked the streets of Paterson and evangelized to people. And then to feel as though you don't belong, to feel as though when you go to the 4th ward and the 1st ward, people feel as though nobody cares. And then you think that someone's gonna come and address you in a positive. I hear things, this family back here, I watch them from my home week after week after week. How can I don't see any city leaders coming up supporting these people. I don't see any ministers. coming up, talking about these issues that has been going on week after week, and I cringe when I see these things. I listened to Gina, who brought up her nephew who passed the test, Mr. Jackson, who brought his son in, his stepson, his godson, that passed tests and still wasn't able to get the job. We look at the largest CDC in Paterson, and they only help one section of the city. How is that equitable? How is that equitable? There's a racial divide, and this is what's bothersome. Civil rights was initiated by black people, and initially for black people, but then multiculturalism came in, where everybody should get a point. We agree, but then they kick us in the back, because now we don't count. I think that's a travesty. I think it's a travesty for this family to be standing here week after week, and then you say, but that's not part of my job. Well, who is it? The leaders aren't coming up. The ministers aren't coming up. Who's supposed to do it? I rest my case. You're not doing your job, Abdulaziz.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. Elvis Durham.
Elvis Durham.
I like that sweatshirt.
Give me a minute. How y'all doing?
Thank you.
Hello, Paterson.
Good morning.
It's over 25,000 people watching on cable. God knows how many people is watching on YouTube. So City Council, Paterson, New Jersey. We got the elections coming up, November 8th. Passaic County Democrat Party versus the Republican Party of Passaic County. Y'all know me, I'm about jobs. I'm about making sure the people have money in their pocket. I don't really care who wins. But I tell you what, I care about the people that out there that need extra money for Thanksgiving. So every party, the Democrat Party of Passaic County and the Republican Party of Passaic County is hiring right now. And every school board member is hiring that's running for school board. Go get them jobs, contact them on Facebook. Also, I want to make an announcement. Center City Mall, 301 Main Street, downtown Paterson, New Jersey. The holiday is coming up, y'all. Bring your money to Paterson. Bring your money to Paterson. You don't have to run the Garden State Mall. You don't have to run the Waterbrook Mall. Thanksgiving coming up. We got the best supermarket in Paterson, priced right. It's inside Center City Mall on 301 Main Street, downtown Paterson, New Jersey. They got everything you need and want. Also, smoking crabs and seafood. It's inside Center City Mall. I see you laughing, Council President. You know, you look crazy on TV laughing, though. I hope the camera see you. Smoking crabs and seafood. It's inside Center City Mall on 301 Main Street, downtown Paterson, New Jersey. The best seafood restaurant in New Jersey. Okay. I'm gonna do my announcements. We have a gospel concert coming to Paterson on this coming Friday. Paterson Evangelistic Center, Church of God in Christ, and Deacon Jack Smith presents a Friday night praise gospel concert. We need that here in Paterson. We need unity. Amen? And only way we bring unity, God got to be in the midst. Amen? Amen. This is this Friday, October 29th at 7 p.m. at 98 Straight Street, Paterson, New Jersey. We got a group coming from North Carolina. So I'm looking for the city council, the mayor, Andre Sayer, to be there. And let's welcome these young men to Paterson, New Jersey. I'm talking about recording artists, Covenants of North Carolina. We'll be here on October 28th at 7 o'clock p.m., 98 Straight Street, Paterson, New Jersey. I got two more announcements. I'm coming to the 5th Ward, Louis Velez. Woo! I'm coming to the 5th Ward with a gospel concert. Reborn Deliverance Center presents appreciation celebration for one of the top gospel soloists in New Jersey. I'm talking about Ashley Motley. Y'all heard of Ashley Motley. Ashley Motley, and to me, she's better than Alana Adams. She's from Paterson. And we giving her appreciation celebration on November 5 at 6 o'clock p.m. on 25 Lewis Street in Paterson, New Jersey. I'm looking for each and every one of y'all to come out. If you don't come out, if you can't make it, inbox Ashley Motley and say, congratulations, Paterson, love you. Okay?
Thank you.
Hey, wait, one more. Calm down, Council President. Chill. I was here sitting, listen to you talk, right? One more announcement. Redeemed Fellowship Center presents Sunday Praise, Sunday, November 13, at 4 o'clock p.m. at Redeemed Fellowship Center. That's my home church, y'all. 292 North 8th Street, Prospect Park, New Jersey. My pastor is Pastor Brenda Davis Gilbert. We have a special guest speaker, Pastor Paterson, will be preaching at Redeemed Fellowship Center at 4 o'clock p.m. on Sunday, November 13, 292 North 8th Street, Prospect Park, New Jersey. God bless you. Good night. You have a good night, Council President, okay?
Thank you. Good night.
Oh, you give me the mean face. Good God. God
next
bless
speaker,
you.
Madam Clerk.
God bless you.
Yes, Mr. President. Next speaker, Mr. Akeem Dunham. Akeem Dunham. Dunham.
Mr. President.
Good evening.
Council members, my name is Akeem L. Dunham, and to everyone that can withstand the anger and the anxiety that these meetings give off, certainly I pray that these meetings give more solutions and answers. I come here to tell Paterson why I am on the ballot November the 8th. I'm a father, and a father, my drive is to ensure that a child has the best, and that the best is everything around them, their friends on a team or a class or even where they dine. What I'm saying is that our children tell us and show us the opportunity that is not being given in the care of the current elects. Our children tell us a lot we don't know and to listen more. I've learned that because I'm hard at listening. For they are our future, and we can't neglect them from having a brighter and highly advanced opportunity. I'm advocating for up-to-date books that tell and teach a curriculum modeled from parental involvement to a more fundamental sports program. Council, I believe today's educational system is crucial considering what has happened in the last 3 years, for they are the next generation tackling the world with an uncatered structure. So I say that we are not worth the change, or do you say we aren't worth the change? I leave you with that as a gem. My name is Akeem L. Dunham, and I am running for the Paterson Board of Education. It is now time to take our city back. If it doesn't happen now, we will continue to advocate for a better and safer Paterson. Thank you, Council.
Thank
I
you.
yield back.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. Sebastian Mejia. Sebastian.
Good evening, Council.
Good evening.
Good evening, audience tuning in at home. I want to congratulate the Kennedy Knights on their victory for county finals. I think they truly demonstrated the spirit of what it means. Oh, firstly, Sebastian Mejia, the Patersonian Post, right? I think the Kennedy Knights demonstrated what it means to be a Patersonian, okay? To be able to make do with a little and make something happen, that's what it means to be a Patersonian. To understand that these children didn't have the necessary facilities and they still made do and got the county championships, that should be applauded. And maybe now we can get them in some proper facilities, okay? Because they're making do with what they had. All right, moving forward. Recently we had a Hispanic heritage celebration, right? El mes de la herencia hispana. I see Ricky Martin over there on the side of the wall, right? I see all these people being celebrated for Hispanic Heritage Month. But at the same time, a Hispanic family and a Hispanic man are suffering and has gone missing. So we could celebrate all these Hispanics, all these Hispanos, pero cuando un hombre hispano se desaparece, nadie dice nada. When a Hispanic man disappears, ain't nobody got nothing to say. During that celebration, ain't nobody mentioned Felix de Jesus or his family. Tell me not. I wasn't there, but I'm pretty sure ain't nobody mentioned his name. Say his name, Felix de Jesus. He's still missing. Still missing. Okay? And I don't know, I'm not a lawyer. I'm not well versed in legalese. But I do believe that it's a conflict of interest that if this family reaches out to the police department for whatever reason, that an officer that was involved with the situation that happened with their loved one way or the other, we don't know all the facts, everything has not come out to the light. But that individual officer should have no type of communication with the family. Just to be on the right side of things. I don't know if that's on the law or not. It's an ongoing investigation. So conflict of interest, it's best to keep things separated for the time being and moving forward. Okay? And I'm flabbergasted, right? Because we don't have that many local news sources. We got three three solid local news sources that are online pushing content out, pushing articles out. How come only Paterson Press is covering what's going on with this family, but you go on the other two that I will not name, they don't have anything talking about Felix de Jesus. Nothing. You could search on the archive of their website. One has 0 articles about Felix de Jesus. One has 2 articles, one of them being a letter to the editor from Corey Lewis Teague. Okay, so I'm imploring not just the city council, but our media to step in and to speak out on what's been going on. Okay? I will also implore the community to come out November 8th in full support of Corey Lewis Teague for his re-election to the Paterson School Board. Okay? Let's do the right thing by this family. Stop the hypocrisy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, sir. Next speaker, Ms. Cristel Garcia.
Good evening to all in attendance. Crystal Garcia, as you already know. 266 days and counting. It has recently come to our attention that a local news media outlet has reported, and I quote, the Internal Affairs Division of the Paterson Police Department. The Paterson Police Department spent months investigating the Felix de Jesus case before clearing the 2 officers of wrongdoing, unquote. Have these 2 officers in fact been cleared of any wrongdoing? The last update we had in July of 2022 from the Attorney General's office was that the investigation was in the hearing state. How did the IA Division and the Passaic County Prosecutor's Office overlook the fact that these officers violated the State Attorney General guidelines, body cam video guidelines, when they took Felix into custody? And the fact that they neglected Felix's medical attention due to his injured arm that he was complaining about while in video in their custody? Yes, we're going to continue to mention it because no one attended to that medical attention. So I'm not here to say what you like and what you don't like. Why haven't we, the family, you, the city council, been informed that the IA investigation has been concluded and that these officers have been cleared of any wrongdoing during their their interaction with Felix de Jesus? What was their conspicuous decision on behalf of the Paterson Police Department and the administration to not inform the family that the IA investigation was concluded? And a decision has been made to clear these officers of any wrongdoing. Why won't the chief of police sit down with Wanda Grullon, Felix's mother, and notify her of their decision? Your lack of understanding the pain that this mother has been going through for the past 9 months is unconscionable. So we need to know if the investigation has concluded and if these officers were cleared of wrongdoing, or did the media report this incorrectly? Could it be possible that it's just another case of police criminality that is swept under the rug by the Passaic County Prosecutor's Office along with the Paterson Police Department, just like they did with the robbery squad investigations? This is why we need to get the FBI involved and the Attorney General Office involved. It has also been reported recently that the New Jersey Attorney General Office said it is conducting a review involving Passaic County Prosecutor Camila Valdez's handling of investigations of convicted Paterson cops known as robbery squad. We are hopeful that this will review with yield positive results that will bring much needed change to the Passaic County Prosecutor's Office and the City of Paterson. In closing, Corporation Counsel, what is the status of the letter from the council seeking the FBI involvement and the Attorney General into the Felix de Jesus case? We were supposed to do a vote out. I would like that. I'm not going to talk too much on the brief of what the catastrophe happened this weekend, but the conflict of interest of Mr. Feliciano coming to the door, as Mr. Sebastian said, anytime this family needs an officer, none of these officers should be any of the officers. When we come up here, everybody knows our address. People that don't know me know who this family is. To sit here and say that you don't know who this family was, let's cut the bullshit out with this rogue department, okay? His wrongdoing was, I specifically stated that this was the De Jesus family. He was to remove himself, call a sergeant, and get another unit out. He did none. He engaged. He poked at the bear. He followed. He ran through my door. It was just too much. But I hope his body cam was on. That's one thing I do hope, because I will not give you the investigation this time. The catastrophe that happened did not have to happen. You understand? But then we have ninjas like Mr. Gonzalez back there that is continuously covered. How the hell is it that one of our public servants, we pay you to serve this community, come at us like that? This is the example you're setting for Paterson, but then when you stop me, I can't be like this. I need to show my face and identify who I am and have identity. If not, you want to take me somewhere else to prove that I am who I am.
Thank you.
This is why this rogue department, they got the definition pigs. Rogue is a nice word. Pigs is what they are.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, sir. Mr. Justin Rucker. Mr. Justin Rucker.
Good evening, Council.
Good evening.
I just want to take a few minutes to talk about some of the issues that's going on in our community in the 4th Ward, namely. Last night I posted on Facebook about a situation that I had on Sunday regarding a group of individuals dumping at a church, Solomon Temple, on Hamilton Avenue. So I'm witnessing these guys dumping cinder blocks in the back of the church, and despite it being a Sunday and the office being closed, I was able to reach out to a zoning inspector. So the zoning inspector came out. We approached the gentlemen that were doing the dumping, and we were able to, get some kind of assistance with that matter. The perpetrators, though, they attempted to run after they saw the inspector, and what happened is they ran and made their way onto Broadway. Now, thankfully, there were police officers out on Broadway that were able to assist us. So the interaction with the police officers and the zoning officer resulted in the two perpetrators being brought back to the church and being made to pick up the cinder blocks and remove them from the premises. But that doesn't really put a dent into what the real issues are that's going on in the 4th Ward. Some of the issues that we face in the 4th right now is commercial vehicles being parked on residential streets, overnight. Many of our children still don't have a safe place to go after school has ended. Homeless people are defecating and sleeping on the steps of various churches. Senseless shootings, open drug area markets in plain sight. This is just an example of some of the conditions that we live under right now. Now, part of the problem is the lack of code enforcement of the various legislations that we have, which many of them are outdated. What we would like to see in the community moving forward is a more comprehensive approach with legislation and enforcement. It's really hard to give a clear analysis of what the Fourth Ward is going through within 3 minutes. But there's one thing to advocate when it comes to new developments and that are built to help get rid of the blight in the community. But there's no plan or real advocacy to force bad landlords to clean their properties. I think those are some of the areas that we really need to key in on to help address a lot of the issues that are going on in our community. Thank you. Have a good night, guys. And
Thank you.
I also want to just, give my best to Kennedy High School on a successful soccer season. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Next speaker, Mr. Bilal Hakim.
This thing is down here. Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Hasibun and Fusikum. Hasibun and Fusikum. Hasibun and Fusikum. First, I just want to say, Mr. President, under Robert Rules of Regulations that governs these here meetings, anyone that sits as president has a latitude, and you demonstrated that tonight. And I say that because I remember Mr. Muhammad asked a question at the last meeting and said she wanted to answer. And what you have in that latitude, you can answer. So I just wanted you to take note of that. The other thing I wanted to mention is that the school board election is coming up on 8th of November. And you have 7 people running. You know, they met the requirements. However, we are calling for you to vote for Valerie Freeman, 4F, 5F, Corey Teague, 1F, Emmanuel Capers. Emmanuel Capers and Corey Teague need to return back to the Board of Education. Some of the other candidates, perhaps they would be good, but any people that lack political organization continue to do dumb stuff like this here. I heard the arguments that you're gonna, you can vote for 2 women. It's not about 2 women. Don't confuse the issue. One of them is going to win. One should have bowed out. I said it. And they can come on my live and we can discuss it openly. Why I said they should bow out. Because when you lack political education, a political organization, you continue to behave as a jackass. I said it. It ain't about, as Akeem, it ain't about basketball on the weekend, dead people. It ain't about that. It's about power. Don't get confused. It's about power. That's what it's about. Paterson is a nonpartisan. Churchman talked about Republicans and Democrats. No, it shouldn't be confused like that, where people thinking that is party. Democrats, Republicans. Yeah, you intimidate the elders, the seniors, make them think that something is being taken from them. We should be looking at who has our best interests. The other thing I want to mention is that on December the 27th this year, which is the Kwanzaa season, the Elambe Breath Power Coalition is going to be sponsoring the Night of Power, Sankofa. We have returned. And we're going to utilize that platform to honor those men and women who have went beyond the call of duty to help restore dignity back to a park that no one wanted. despised. I'm moving from the podium now, Mr. President.
Thank you.
My last but not least things, I did ask a question at the last meeting regarding parks and our code book. I'd like to have an answer. Is it on the code books whether or not you have to be a resident to utilize our parks? If not, we need to put something together, because outsiders should not be allowed to come here and do what they want to do in our parks, as the neighboring municipalities do not allow this here. A pig is a low creature. I want to just say this here, because I heard the lady say pig. And you know, it's a despicable animal that even the religious text of Torah, Bible, and Quran prohibits even its consumption. So when they mention that right there, they're speaking of something really, really foul. I don't make a blanket statement against those upstanding officers. I have relatives that are police officers.
Thank you, Mr. Bilal.
1 minute, sir. But when that type of thing blurts out, as one of my teachers said, you know, when your adversary speaks to you, listen, because you know what? We all have a blind side. You can't see. But your adversary can tell you something about yourself perhaps you need to make a correction on. But I'd definitely like to find out from, through the chair, through the BA or corporate counsel, if that is on the books. If not, we need to develop it. We can write it. We know how to write it as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Next speaker, Ms. Wahida Mohammed. God's name, good evening.
Good evening.
I first wanted to thank Al-Aziz, even though he's not here to hear this. I do thank him for the information of reference to the funds that are supposed to go to the homeowners and the tenants. But I want to also thank Councilwoman at Large Mims for sending me the hookup so that I could go online, and I was able to register for that program. And it was really easy for a tenant. But for a homeowner, they want your blood type. I mean, they want everything on that application. So I said to some of the homeowners, ask for the help from the council members that are willing to come and help you, because it's really long and not easy. The other thing I want to say to you, Corporation Council President, I understand that you're the chair of the CDBG, and
Yes.
you're the ones that have not scheduled any meetings, so that's why we are not, the nonprofits are not able to get their funding? No. Yeah, that's what I'm told. So if it's not, then schedule your meeting so that we can see what the funding is that we're going to get sooner or later, hopefully. To Councilman Jackson. Now, some people say they can't do certain things, but it has been said time and time again that you all have the option of taking things off that bill list. So I don't understand why it is that every time he asks for something to be removed, he never gets a second so that it can happen. And some of you know that those bills, some of those people don't need to be paid. You really need to do something with that, especially the garbage people. Now, the other thing, through the chair to Councilman Uden, you spoke about last time how, you know, you were thankful that Mike Powell got back to you and helped you with something. And I sent you a text. I asked you to ask him, since he's responding to you, the list of those people that he claimed are working at Hinchcliffe Stadium. Because he's saying Mike is lying, that there's more than 3 people from Paterson that have jobs at Hinchcliffe Stadium. So since Mike responds to you, I want you to get me that list, because I want to see who it is. And the last thing about Brook Slopes, I mean, it's so sad when you listen to the whole debacle that happened there, because it's not like Brook Slopes just came. And it's just sad to me to see what they're going through. But I'm praying that you all are going to do the right thing and get it together. The last thing I'll say, as far as smoking crab in the mall,
I'm going to tell you, if you want to really throw a nice party that you can only, afford maybe 30 people, ask them to set it up for you. I mean, we really had a good time celebrating my birthday. I thank them so much for getting that together so fast, but to really give us some good food and some really good fun. So I'm saying to us, please support them. And if we have an issue with them, go to the management and tell them, instead of talking about what they can't do or not doing, go and ask them if they can get that straight. Because I'm going to tell you, they need our support, and they are really good at what they're doing. So I thank you all, and God bless.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. Freeman, Kemi Freeman.
Mr. Freeman.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Freeman, Third Ward. I had talked about some things last meeting about the condition of the city. And I'd say that I've been in this city 61 years. And I've seen it go from here to now here. I say that because I see it with my own eyes. And then when I see something like a news break, people send me stuff in the middle of the night about Facebook and saying Paterson is one of the most dangerous cities to live in the United States of America. And look, I lived in the Fourth Ward damn near my whole life. I ride through the Fourth Ward at least 20 times a day. I see how dangerous the Fourth Ward is. I mean, let's get to the point now. I told you last time there was a shooting on East 40th and 18th Ave, and I said, we might have to get bulletproof panels and bulletproof windows. People, I'm not playing. I'm not kidding. I might get a bulletproof vest and a bulletproof hoodie. I might get a concealed carry. It's getting that bad. I've never been scared my whole life. But tonight I was visiting my brother. He's at the Barnett Rehabilitation Center. So I go in, and me and an older Spanish guy comes out. He's like 70, I'm 62. There are 4 kids in between those laying right there. And the kids were literally almost laying on the thing right there. And we came by and said, guys, excuse us. We're both handicapped. I don't want to fall on you. Those 4 kids, they were like 14, 15 years old, cussed us out. This kind of life we're living in, that the kids, whoa, did I do that?
It was not Ricky Martin.
Yeah, I'm telling you, our parents aren't raising these kids, and the kids are talking shit, not only to the parents, but everybody else. When I was 12, 13, 14 years old, there's no way that I would use profanity towards an elder, ever. So this is the kind of world we live in now. We live in a different world now. When I was 10 years old in 1970, it was a different world. Even though it was a little bit violent, I was in the gang, in the Fourth Ward, I had to fight my way to school 6. Literally fight my way to school 6. Graduate and try to make a success of myself, but I went back to try to teach. And that was a debacle. After all these superintendents and everything, they pretty much rose with me out of the district. After we did Project 2000, that was the biggest mistake we ever made, right? Our educational system is horrible. We didn't have 8-foot fences around our schools. We didn't have the basketball courts closed up at night, all right? We are acclimating our children now to face prison, because that's what the whole game is. After we grade these, we test these kids in the 4th grade, that gives us the data how many prisons we have to build. You know I know it, all right? You know I ain't dumb. And I worked in the school system, and Joe Clark was right. And this is why they ran me out. What we are doing to these kids is criminal, because we're not producing citizens that can be self-sufficient. We got people out there who think they are entitled. You're not entitled if you don't work. But we're in such a bad shape in this country, and I keep telling you, my people from Ethiopia, the poorest country on earth, and we're doing better than you guys. education, economics, and everything else. And
Thank
black
you.
leaders, it's a shame. Every time I ride Broadway, if you are a black leader and you're not doing what you're supposed to do, especially the Fourth Ward, you guys got to do better. And that means everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Freeman. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Miss Deborah Salters.
You talk about the foreclosures that you stop foreclosing stuff. I'm waiting for that. Don't tell them to do that.
Good evening, Deborah Salter, City of Newark, warrior
Good
for the
evening.
people. To all the fake leaders and substitute teachers, the wannabe developers who's supposed to be preachers, long-winded speeches while your life teaches the total opposite of those you're supposed to be reaching. Please sit down and stay in your lane, because while you out here performing God, my people are dying in pain. We don't want to see you nor hear you. That's why your churches aren't filled. You act like you're doing things for God and then give us the bill. So, you know, as folks were talking tonight about churches and leaders, that's what I said, you know. If you're really leaders, you stand up. This family, if this were your family member, what would you do? What would you do if this was someone you loved? I need you all, not just you all here, and this is the way I tell people. You, in the English language, you have you, singular, you, plural, and you understood. So, like they say, if the shoe fits, if the you fits, put it on and dance in it. You understand? Because that's the thing. I've reached out to several leaders in Essex County about this, and the family reached out to a couple of them and didn't get a response. I will say Senator Menendez's office responded to me. I reached out to Corey's office, didn't hear anything. The family reached out to his office first, before I even met them. So, fake leaders and substitute teachers, that's who you all are. Because it takes courage to do the right thing. What you're doing is having a paycheck, padding your pensions, making sure your friends and family are taken care of. In Newark, we call them the criminal enterprise. I call them the criminal circus. They're not even fit to be, you know, Barnum and Bailey. They're the sideshow, like, you know, Skip Circus on the, you know. But you all have the power to do the right thing. You have the answers. You know what has happened. You know the individuals involved. If this were your family member, this is how I want you to move. If it were one of yours, what would you do? That's what I want you to sleep with. What would you do if this was your brother, your son, your mother, your aunt, your cousin, your baby? Now, I don't know what you're going to do about it, but my prayer is that someone will come forward with the information, and those of you who don't come forward, and you know, I pray you don't get a night's sleep the rest of your time on earth. I pray that you are troubled at every turn. Every turn. When you go to close your eyes, I want you to see the evidence like, oh man, no rest. My prayer to God, and I always get what I want, is for you to have restless nights for the rest of your days until someone comes forward and gives this family their family member back.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Next speaker, Mr. Troy Oswald.
It's not here.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mason Mahia.
Not here.
Next speaker.
Last but not least, we have Alex Cruz.
Not here.
Thank you.
Not here.
There's no more speaker on the public.
Seeing none, move to close.
Second.
Move to close by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilman Mendez. Roll call to close the public portion, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call to close the public portion of the regular meeting of October 25th, 2022. Councilwoman Khan.
We're closing the public portion.
I just, thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to say to the family of Felix that our Corporation Council did reach out to us for what you had asked for. And some of us did requested that our names be signed. I just want you to know that we did. He'll probably explain it to you. I just want to say also, and my prayers are with you, but he did ask us, you did request it. I'm letting you know, me as a councilwoman did say, fine, please add my name to the letter. Also, I want to say too, I was looking at some of the other things on here. When Darlene Morris talked about new schools, you know, I was here when they fixed School 13 and they did School 21. They added an extension. I remember going to Trenton fighting to say, please, when you do new school construction, get a company that know how to construct schools. They got companies that did not know how to construct schools, and we got what we got. We're sitting on these boards. They renovated 21, which is in my ward. They renovated 13, which is on the outskirts of my ward. But school construction, you know, went bankrupt. A few people went to jail. They stole the money. And now they're trying to get it back, but we still need more schools. We still need, but they're not using companies that know how to fix schools. Ms. Wahida, you had talked about the rebate, basically what it asked for, and I remember doing it, and I have so many seniors when they did it before, because the clerk has to sign, no, not the clerk, the tax assessor, no, not the tax assessor, the tax collector has to write off that to make sure they pay their taxes in order for them to get money. If their taxes are not paid, they're not going to be included. I done it for too many seniors. The block, when your taxes was, when you paid in 2019, what you paid in 2020, what you paid in 2021, the tax collector has to write all of that down. It's so hard for homeowners than for tenants. So I'm here to help any seniors that will want to get that done, because I go downstairs with them to the tax collector office. Also, I would just want to say too that we have just passed some laws, and I can't wait till they get in effect. Because I sat the other night, tractor trailers, and like, I forgot who said it. People are parking all over our city that should not be parking. School buses that need to go back into their lot. Tractor trailers that they're parking their tractor trailers. I have requested traffic patrol. Madam BA, I'm asking you to set up traffic patrol after 9 o'clock. We need at least 3 cars out here in the city of Paterson, whether they can tow it or not, but they need to be ticketed. It's just absolutely too many now that's out there. And when I'm calling at 11 or 12 o'clock, because they're supposed to be, and we have a new towing company, and they can actually pull that car out of that spot. I had to see my own self. They can pull the car out and then tow it. Because you know what they do? They block in together so they can't tow it. So with that being, I'm saying to you that we need to get that done. Also, the commercial vehicles, what I find is that neighbors, we got to get to know each other. I live on a block with all nationalities, Haitians, Dominicans, Peruvians, Colombians, and you know what? We all have to get together. We all work together, and I do love my block where I live because we have all of them in there, and they watching out for all of us, for all our children. And sometimes, and I just want to say too, that when John F. Kennedy High School came here tonight, I told parents all the time, and even people who do not have children, I've gone to many games that I didn't have a child playing. And I say to the community, support your schools, please. Support those kids. You know how bad they feel when they're playing at home and the visiting team got more people than the home team. That is such a bad feeling when you have the visiting team more than the home team. People sitting in the audience. So with that being said, Madam Clerk, and I also, I have some other stuff I need to say to the VA that I would bring up, but there's a lot of things that, that one thing I did, whoever's in a council seat, I don't care what seat, it's about support. You know what? I've been trying for the last 8 years to get neighborhood revitalization tax credits. The first one was done by Chris, who gave it to someone down in the first ward, which didn't even think about the fourth ward or the first ward. So now I'm working with another individual to try to get the tax credits and to do a whole range of lighting. I said it last week, the lights in this city is so dark, but one of the things that I want to do is change our lighting to that new lighting where it brights up the neighborhood. I say to homeowners, put some lights on your house so when someone walks in there, it pops up. My next project that I've been working on is Ring doorbell. Ring doorbells, you see a wide spread. People can, and I tell people every day, you walk down the street, you being taped 30 times. Somebody got you on tape somewhere along the line. So I'm working with Ring doorbell now. If he could think of donating to homeowners the Ring doorbells to put on. And one thing we need also, the chief is here, and I say to homeowners, you gotta put your house number on your house. Because when you got a ride and you need help, they can't find your house. They can't find it. My house has the lit up number because you don't know when something's gonna happen, they need to come to my house. And where do you live? And they're lost. They're looking down, they're counting houses. So with certain things happening, it gotta be done. So with that being said, Council President, I have some more information for Madam
Give it up
BA.
now. Give it up now.
I know, but I'm just saying, there's a lot of stuff, and you know, people are coming to the mic thinking that that we're sitting up here doing nothing. I know how hard we all work. I know we work. And we be hurting, just like everybody, we hurt. You know, when I leave this city council, and I don't know when it's gonna be, I don't get no pension.
That's right.
I want you to know out TV land, I do not get a pension when I leave from here. So people have to understand, Chris, when he came in, he shut everything down for people. Now, before that, go after those that's before that. But the new ones now, they're not getting nothing. With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Davila.
Yeah, I ain't getting.
Councilwoman Davila?
You took my time too, but there's a lot that I would like to say, but I'm not right now. But I will address the De Jesus family that has been coming here for over 8 months. And I will say this, the De Jesus family, Felix life matters. And Corporation Council knows, and many up here know that we've requested, we sign my name, put my name down on there. All right, and that letter and that Corporation Council did send the email to all the council members, okay? In terms of the statement that was made today, I'm with Crystal Garcia that I hope, and I'm almost sure that camera was on. So I'm looking forward when it's done because obviously we don't have all the details, cannot speak on that piece of it, but like you said, you hope that camera was on, and so do I. With that said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Sir.
A few items. Sister Winnie, it doesn't make any sense that we have children in this community with coaches and parents and community representatives, children that perform at the highest level to make it to Florida each and every year, and every single year they got to come and ask for the same thing over and over again. Like all the money that's squandered in this community, and kids have to beg for $30,000 to get to Florida. At this point, it should be included in the recreation budget, you know, but that goes without saying. I as well have signed on to be a part of that letter that's being circulated to the De Jesus family. I truly believe if you have nothing to hide, then bring forward all of the evidence, and let's see how it unfolds. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Mendez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let me just address, I'm going to make 3 comments based on public portion. I think that, you know, and also, I got the family, the Feli De Jesus family, my prayer. I know they're going through a very tough time, and 266 days, you're counting every day, that Feli De Jesus has been disappeared. We don't know where he are. But, you know, I've been in full support. When the incident happened this weekend, the brother, he called me, it was 1:30 in the morning. I pick up my phone. I pick up my call. I have a conversation with him. I did my due diligence to get back to him, and I gave him the answer. We are in full support of this family. When you call somebody at 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning, and that person pick up the call, that person has your back. And when Ms. Deborah said that we have the answer, no, we're not. That's not correct. We don't have any answer. There's a letter that we have and I signed the letter. We're sending this letter to the Attorney General. I have my name on this letter, and I'm very sure every council member have the name of this letter. And it's very specific in this letter. We're requesting the Attorney General to take over this investigation into the disappearance of Felix de Jesus. And the last part said the release of any internal affair file will lend transparency into this matter and might also assist the missing person investigation. We're sending this letter. We've been making phone calls. We don't have the answer, but we got you back. We're calling. The Corporation Council draft the letter. It's a very strong letter directly to the AG, and I'm very confident that we're gonna have an answer from this letter because I don't know, and I'm praying every day, trust me, to see the light at the end of the tunnel about this situation with Felix de Jesus. And I'm praying that he came back to our community alive. That's what I'm praying for. I don't know about nothing else. The investigation will take, its place, and I'm hoping that very soon we see the end of this investigation. I see this is a very positive move from the governing body, from Corporation Council, because the AG, they're gonna have to answer us.
Thank you.
So, with that being said, Ms. Harrison, I missed the event. I'm in full support of the ceasefire. You guys doing an outstanding job. My bank account is not that big. I just could donate a little bit, but I'm there for you. I'm there for you, trust me. You've been doing a phenomenal job. And Mr. Rocker, he spoke about people dumping garbage in this community. Attention, Paterson. If you see people around, especially during the weekend, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, they do construction, and they go around and they start dumping all those construction garbage into our city. The DPW department, we're spending thousands of dollars to pick up those garbage. If you see the plate number, call the police, report them, because we have a legislation in place that the maximum penalty is $10,000 and the minimum is $2,500. But we need your support, we need your help. If you see something, say something. Take the plate number, call the police, because it's really unacceptable what I see in the city of Paterson. People dumping garbage left and right. And Madam BA, the commercial vehicle, we have a legislation, we passed a legislation. We need your support with this. We have so many school buses overnight parking in the street, overnight. All commercial truck parking throughout the city. So we need a team, we need a unit. We know that there's a lot of call for service in the city, but we need a quality of life unit to address this matter because parking is very limited. People, they parking right on the corner because they don't even know where to park. But at the same time, you see 3 and 4 school buses, commercial truck, overnight parking in the street. They have to be ticketed and towing. There's a law in place that if you have a commercial vehicle, if you have a business, you need to have a yard to park those commercial vehicles. With that being said, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Mims?
So there's a lot that's been stated on tonight, but first, to the De Jesus family, as I've always stated, continue what you're doing. Stay continually on the front line, advocating, fighting for your family member. I am continually praying. It's been 266 days too long. I'm going to continue to say it every time you come until there is some remedy of justice that happens. I got the letter on tonight. I refuse to sign anything until I read it. I'm going to say that and put that on the record. I continue to say that. I'm not doing anything blanket or that way. I just got it tonight. I'm going to read it. I will review it with my attorney in the morning, and then if my attorney agrees, I will sign it. But I have to make sure I cover myself despite whatever else is going on. I definitely agree that the information that is needed and that you've been requesting, that you should get it. If, as you have stated, I asked for the internal investigation process, which we received, but if it is true that it's completed, then we should know about it and there should be information. But as it stands, we have not received that. But we got this letter, I got it tonight, which is here. I'm gonna read it, review it, and then I will send my response over to Corporation Counsel as far as my signature being placed on it. So I wanted that before anyone put any misinformation out. MEMS didn't want to sign it. MEMS got it tonight. It's here, and they're reading. They don't even have it. So they took mine. They took it to read it. So I am reading it tonight, and I have the floor. They took it to read it tonight. So I'm reading the email tonight, and I will give my answer to Corporation Counsel before I leave, and I will also send it in writing as well for my response. Also, thank you, Ms. Wahida, for the New Jersey Anchor Relief Program. I do agree that there needs to be some assistance, because with homeowners, when you go onto the website, they require your 2019 tax return. What you can do online, you have to do something called, I think it's called voterid.me. You have to request for your ID. Once you get that through the www.irs.gov, you put that information in the system. They will give you access to create a username and a password. In the site, you go into the search and you request for your 2019 transcript. Once you request that, the information pops up on the screen, and then you'll see it on the screen, and once you see it on the screen, you can go in and populate your information. So it is there, and you definitely can do it, but it does require some work. So, Ms. Wahida, you are absolutely correct, and I heard all your concerns. You're right. So, Mr. Bilal, I heard your request, and on December 27th, I know you said there's a program. Unfortunately, I will not be there because it is my birthday, and I do deserve one day to take a break from everything. So I'm going to say that to Ms. Winnie. You are correct. Someone purchased a ticket for me, but I couldn't attend because we had so many events this weekend. That's why I was not there, but my money was in the bucket of that event. I could not attend, but one thing about support, I tell people all the time, support can be financial, it could be presence, it could be physical, it could be spiritual. Support varies. Our schedules, and I'm going to speak for my schedule, on certain nights, we have 5 and 6 events a night. And sometimes it's unfair to go to an event for 5 minutes because the expectation is that they want us to stay for a little while. So unfortunately, that night we had our big event for National Council of Negro Women event on Saturday, and we had prep work for that and some other stuff. So, and I had already voiced it, that's why I could not attend, but you know I support ceasefire heavily. The Nifty Lions, Silk City Cardinals, everyone knows I support them. I've been supporting them for years, and make sure that there are monies in there. But I want to ask, request for the administration, on the field of the Old Paterson Catholic, which is a field that's under recreation, there's only one light on that field. And when they're practicing, it is still not lit enough for their practices. So if we can provide a portable light to their practices, I can get the information, or through recreation, they can identify what the times are. I was with some parents 2 days ago, and they vocalized that it still needs some more light. The other thing I want to put on the floor is a request, and I requested it previously, but a full assessment of the overgrown trees in the city of Paterson. I don't just want a full assessment, I also want some money to be allocated so that we can get, whether it's we need to go out to bid through the procurement process, or there's a way we can do a shared service agreement through the county, but we have to do something with the overgrown old trees in our community, which are falling across the roadways. And I'll say this again, on Broadway, if you go down Broadway where the Old Paterson Catholic, the backside, when you're going, either you're going down or coming back up, those trees are actually kissing each other across. So if we can definitely do something all over the city. There was a program that was in place some years ago where they gave out these trees. They thought it was a great idea. They gave these trees out and they planted them, but now those trees are causing sewer blockages, backups, and they're all overgrown all over the city, and they're old, and they're falling apart. So Madam BA, if you can look into that. And then there were so many speakers that came tonight, but all the speakers, whether addressed or not addressed, I always go back to look at the tape to hear and to see what the request is and try to do my due diligence to make sure that what is needed to support, I will definitely make sure I do that. And I think that's it. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Udine?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We had so many speakers address so many different items. They are not here, but I think I should address some of the items. Some of the candidates, those are running for Board of Ed, showed up, talked about the importance of education, parental involvement, and so many things. One thing I should address here to our citizens in the city of Paterson, that November 8th is election day. Most of us do not know that the last row is for Paterson Board of Education. It's important for you to make sure that vote for everyone. Vote for our congressman, vote for our sheriff, vote for our county commissioners, as well as our Board of Education commissioners as well. Just know that the teachers at Paterson Public Schools started this school year without a contract. What does that mean is, since 2020, there is no raise for the teachers. It's not just hurting the teachers and their families, it is hurting our children. Because the teachers are leaving the school district, and our children are sitting in the classroom with the substitute teachers. That's what's happening. So I'd make sure that please make your educated choice, but do not leave the last row blank. Please make sure to vote for our Board of Education commissioners who you think will serve for our children and serve for us. The second thing, the Jesus family, every week you guys come in here addressing this. It's a lot to us, and you're taking it very seriously. Some of you said we know things, just know this, we don't know anything. And yes, ma'am, you can say anything you want because we all are free to talk, and exactly whatever you want to say, you can say that. But one thing we should say, that we are addressing to the Attorney General about this issue. This draft of the letter came to us about 2 weeks ago to give our input to our council members, and I did my part. I gave my suggestion what else I want it to be added, and here we are standing today. And I pray for your family and always. Many other things are addressed since we are almost at the end. Ms. Mohammed, yes, you said, I got your text about how many of our Pattersonians work for Hinchcliffe Stadium. And I did not really sit down. I really scheduled to sit down with him. Just know that until yesterday, he is out of the town. I believe he told me yesterday he's in Trenton. So definitely we'll get back to him and get back to you as well. Without knowing anything, I cannot answer for you. So just know this. It's not my answer. The answer will come from some other sources. Nothing else I believe I should cover here. Many things were covered by council colleagues. And with that being said, a few things. I need to give a public shout out to our DPW traffic superintendent, Robert Statuto, for his wonderful job. Last few weeks, I addressed so many street lights that are out malfunctioning, and by now I say 80% of them are fixed throughout the city. 80% of them are fixed, and every time I respond, a quick response. Yesterday, you know that at the intersection of Union Ave and Richmond Ave, next to the Dunkin' Donuts, there was a car accident which not only damaged the cars, but damaged one of the traffic signal poles. And you say at that point, I thank our police department, fire department, and as well as our DPW crews to show up there on time and take care of it. Another thing, about a week ago, there was a damaged electric pole on Crosby Avenue, and that was replaced actually last week, but the old one was halfway there, and that half of the pole was on the floor, on the ground yesterday too. So, are you saying anything, ma'am?
Can you,
Okay.
we're not
So-
gonna go back and forth, can you please?
So I thank everything they do every day. We appreciate their help. And again, thank you, Sheriff Statucha, for your to go above and beyond, and thank you so very much. With that being said, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman Velez.
I'm gonna be, of course not. We got business to conduct. I just want to say that the letter, Corporation Council, thank you for listening to our request. The letter is simple, it's strong. It requests two things mainly that I see here is that the Attorney General take over the investigation, and the other thing is to authorize the release of the investigation of Eternal's affair. So we could have a clear idea what's going on. To the advocates and the community leaders from Newark, you know, we have 266 days, not just sitting here and listen to the family. If we have answers, we're gonna proceed to give it to them. We have a committee of public safety. We ask every time we have a committee meeting, we ask the same thing. They cannot tell us much because there's two items. Because they need to take the investigation over and the release of the investigation with footage and whatever. So the Jesus family knows where I stand, and I was the first one to request an FBI investigation. I was the first one to request a letter to the prosecutor's office locally here. Now we request this letter. Hopefully the Attorney General or the Assistant Attorney General, because he has people under him, read his letter. He's aware what's going on here. Now we demanding them to take action. That's what the letter says, more likely. Councilwoman Mintz, Winnie Harris, you know, Harrison, you know that we support Ceasefire Initiative. We just recently approved a little office. I say a little office because you need more space when you come to talk to the community and do your work, so you could have your own space and plan from there. And you know we always walk with you when it comes up to that. I apologize. I was not aware of the event. Basically, I was out of the country, I believe so. If there was, I was back, but I was tired. 72 hours working to the community that why I was in Dominican Republic is delivering your donation for those victims of the Hurricane Fiona and the municipality there, but this public here and the municipality there, I appreciate your donation. Last but not least, yes to close.
Yes.
I say yes.
Thank you, Councilman.
Councilman,
Mr. President?
we are voting on closing the public portion.
Mr. President?
Thank you. As many of my constituents and council members know, I don't like to repeat stuff. I want to thank the residents of Paterson coming here and expressing their concern. A lot of the concern has been answered by some of my colleagues. Madam Wahida Mohammed, I don't know who told you the CDBG funding. I did not have the meeting, that's why it's not moving forward. I would like to know the name as well. Madam BA, can you look into this? Who gave you their name? Which is, I have nothing to do with it. The Barbara McLennan from CDBG and the administration, they allocate the money. They prepare a resolution. Then they ask for our approval. They haven't done anything and they're blaming somebody else for it. That's the fact. Thank you. My vote is yes to close the public portion, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Council President.
Council President.
They the one that's supposed to call the meeting, like
Right.
DPW.
He already.
I don't like repeating stuff.
Right.
It's done.
Council
Madam-
President,
Yes.
I wanted to make a suggestion, if I may,
Yes,
please. Being that the first reading ordinances, there's a few of them that they're all for handicap. If I can ask the clerk, can we take them all together? First reading. I know when there's second, you have to open and close hearing.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, we'll just do it in order from 1 to 9.
As
From
Council
second
President
reading.
Emeritus.
So then we could take those, as Councilwoman Davila suggested, if we could take those items all together, the handicap signs.
The first reading.
First reading, yes. Item number 1, please.
No, I have to announce the closing of the public portion. The vote is 8 in favor, 1 absent. The public portion of the regular meeting of October 25th, 2022 is hereby
Let me
closed.
look at your agenda.
We now move on to our second reading ordinances. Item number 1. For second reading, public hearing is required. An ordinance requiring property owners to maintain and register vacant buildings with the Department of Economic Development, amending Paterson Code Chapter 271-47 through
So moved.
51, Economic Development, Ordinance 22070.
So move. Second.
Moved by Councilman Davila, second by Councilman Luis Velez and Councilman Udine. Now, public hearing is
He
now
haven't
open.
said nothing.
Public hearing is now open.
Seeing none, move to close.
Move to close.
Move to close by Councilman Davila, second by Councilman Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
To close the public hearing on item
Yeah.
number 1.
Okay, did we say we're opening the public hearing on the
Yes.
item
We
number
close
one?
it.
Okay, so now we're closing the public hearing.
Yes.
on item number 1. Who's the motion?
Motion by Councilman Davila, second by Councilman Velez.
Roll call to close the public hearing on item number 1. Councilwoman Davila?
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Udine?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Mr. President?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
The vote is 5 in favor, 4 absent. The public hearing is now closed for item number 1.
Roll call.
Roll call on item number 1, Madam Clerk.
Yes, sir. Roll call on item number 1 for second reading. Councilwoman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Udine?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Mr. President?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
The vote is 5 in favor, 4 absent. Item number 1 is hereby adopted on second reading.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's move by item number 2 on second reading, Madam Clerk.
Yes, sir. Next item is item number 2 for second reading. Public hearing is required. An ordinance amending Paterson Code Chapter 157-48, addressing foreclosing properties, economic development, Ordinance 2207.
So
So
moved.
move. Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilman Velez, and Fareed.
No, he
No, no,
did.
he don't.
Oh, okay. I hear, my ear. I hear. Councilman Udine, are you sure? All right, so,
Public hearing.
now, public hearing is now open for item number 2.
Seeing none, move to close.
Move to close by Councilman Davila, second by Councilman Velez. Roll call, closing the public hearing, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call to close the public hearing. Item number 2, Councilwoman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Udine?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Mr. President?
Yes.
The vote is 6 in favor, 3 absent. Public hearing is now closed for item number 2.
Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 2.
Yes, sir. Roll call on item number 2 for second reading. Councilwoman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
No.
Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Udine?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Good initiative. My vote is yes.
Mr. President?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Before my vote, this item number 2, addressing foreclosing property, and I'm just gonna, just for the record, to all the constituents of the Third Ward, 584 11th Avenue. I have done my due diligence with the fire department, economic development, with administration. That property need to be demolished. It's an eyesore. We have a chimney is about to fall down. There's an accident waiting to happen in that. I did all my part as a councilman of the Third Ward. I'm waiting on the administration. I'm waiting on the economic development and the fire chief to take action and demolish the property before squatter get into the property and just get the property on fire. The same way they did with East 31st Street between 11 and 12. Madam Clerk, let's go. Let's start with the first reading ordinance. We
Council
have.
President?
You didn't vote on number 2 yet.
I'm sorry, roll call on item number 2, Madam Clerk, sorry.
No, your vote on number 2, you
Yeah.
didn't vote. Is your vote yes?
You have to vote yes.
My vote is yes,
Yes or no, it's up to you. Okay, your vote is yes. Okay, thank you. So the vote for item number 2 is 5 in favor, 1 against, 3 absent. Item number 2 is hereby adopted on second reading. So,
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So now, Madam Clerk, we have an item on first reading. We have establishment of handicap. We have number 3.
3, 4, 5, 7,
4,
8,
5,
and 9. 7, 8, and 9.
7, 8, and 9. Can we do it all together as one?
They're all establishing.
Some are repealing, there's 2 repealing, and then there's
I thought they were all establishing. I just
3
read
and
the-
5 are repealing.
Oh, 5 is, okay.
okay, number 3 is repealing, so I'll have to read that one separately.
We'll do 3 and 5 together.
Okay,
Can I continue?
let's do 3 and 5, which is repealing, and the rest, let's do it together.
4, 7, 8, and 9.
Number
4, 7.
3 and 5. Okay, our next item is our first reading ordinances. No public hearing is required. It's item number 3, and item number 3 reads, ordinance repealing establishment of handicap parking spaces at various locations. 255 Governor Street, 304 Totowa Ave, 305 Atlantic Street, 1045 Madison Avenue, 76 Caldwell Avenue, 158 North 4th Street, 260 8th Avenue, 31 Paterson Avenue, 65 Bloomfield Avenue, and 43 Sherman Avenue, Department of Public Works. Item number 5, for first reading, no public hearing is required. Ordinance repealing establishment of handicap parking spaces at various locations. 720th Avenue, 160 Redwood Avenue, 1058 East 22nd Street, 307 Sussex Street, 29 Garrison Street, 162 Redwood Ave, 535 East 25th Street, 493 East 39th Street, 105 Marion Street, and 135 Walnut Street, Department of Public Works. May I have a motion?
Move.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Davila. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call on item number 3 and 5 for first reading. Councilwoman Davila?
Just before I vote, to all the constituents out there, I know that I've heard a lot of people say that the city's becoming one whole handicap spot, parking spot, but the reality is that the same way that there are new establishing, we also repeal as well. So with that said, through the DPW chair, we sit down and make the reviews and make sure that when those are repealing, we make sure that the DPW director makes sure to remove those signs. With that said, my vote is yes on this first reading.
Thank you. Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Udine?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Mr. President?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're repealing 10 handicap parking spots, but we need the support of the community. If you know any resident that are not utilizing their handicap spot the right way, report it to them. The DPW committee meeting is very active, addressing those matters, and we would like to hear from you. Send a text to any council members about any problem, because we know parking is very limited, but we're repealing 10, and with your support, we could repealing all those handicaps that are not being used in the right way. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The vote is 5 in favor, 4 absent. Items number 3 and 5 is hereby adopted on first reading. Second reading and public hearing on items 3 and 5 will be held at the next regular meeting of November 10th, 2022 at 7 p.m.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Now, we could take item 4, 7, 8, and 9 all together, which
And
is
Yes, sir.
establishing. Yeah.
Next items on the agenda of first reading ordinances, no public hearing is required. Next item is item number 4, and item number 4 reads, ordinance establishing handicap parking spaces at various locations on city roads. 341 Hamilton Avenue, 57 North 5th Street, 35 North 8th, 428 Park Avenue, 238 Paterson Ave, 48 Webster Avenue, and 345 Getty Avenue. Item number 7. Ordinance establishing handicap parking spaces at various locations on City Road. And this is for first reading, no public hearing is required. And the streets are 125 Coral Street, 149 Albion Avenue, 98 Butler Street, 440 11th Avenue, 5 East 16th Street, 551 East 19th Street, 82 East 20th Street, 393 East 21st Street, 312 East 22nd, and 460 East 30th Street. Item number 8 for first reading, no public hearing required. Ordinance establishing handicap parking spaces at various locations on city roads, and the streets are 118 Gold Avenue, 149 Jasper Street, 158 Liberty Street, 24 North York Street, 190 North First, 146 North Fifth, 142 North Ninth, 167 Manchester Avenue, 161 Sheridan Ave, 31 Ryerson Avenue, and 217 Avenue. All these items are for the Department of Public Works. May I have a motion?
May I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila.
Hold on, Mr.
Second.
President. I don't have 5 council
We don't
members.
have 5 council members here.
No.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
We need you back.
We got 7 and 9. Then
Oh, I saw Councilwoman Davila, but I didn't see Councilman Velez. Okay,
So it
sir.
was moved by Councilwoman Mims, and second by Councilman Udine and Davila. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 4, 7, and 9.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call on items number 4, 7, 8, and 9 for first reading. Councilman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Mims? Councilman Udine?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Mr. President?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
The vote is 5 in favor, 4 absent. Items 4, 7, 8, and 9 is hereby adopted on first reading. Second reading for items 4, 7, 8, and 9 will be held at the next regular meeting, November 10, 2022, at 7 p.m.
Council President, can I
Thank-
ask a question to Corporation Council right now?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Corporation Council, there's a question on the floor for you. Get back in your seat, please. Listen, we got only one more item. I think, Chief, it's always good to see you in the people's house, Chief.
Thank you,
Always.
guys.
Chief,
Thank
I'm
you.
sorry, but you can't leave yet because I have to say something to you.
And-
We got one more thing.
And to our police officer, thank you for being here. We just got one more item, and we're gonna close this meeting with one more item. Item number 6, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Next item is item number 6 for first reading. No public hearing is required. An ordinance supplementing Chapter 448 of the Code of the City of Paterson to regulate direct disbursing from gas stations and storage at storage facilities for all-terrain vehicles, dirt bikes, and slow bikes, sponsored by Councilman Velez and Councilman Mendez, City Council.
So move.
Move it.
Second. It's your item.
Moved by Councilman Mendez and Velez, second by Councilwoman Davila. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call for item number 6 for first reading. Councilwoman Khan?
Yes.
Councilman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Udine?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Mr. President?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
The vote is 5 in favor, 4 absent. Item number 6 is hereby adopted on first reading. Second reading and public hearing will be held at the next regular meeting, November 10, 2022, at 7 p.m. Mr. President, there is
Since-
no more item.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Since there is no more item on the agenda, motion to close this
Motion
meeting.
to close.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilwoman Ruby Cotton. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call to close the regular meeting of October 25th, 2022. Councilwoman Khan?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to say once again to our John F. Kennedy Educational Complex High School on winning the county champ after 26 years. And you know, people can say whatever they want about our kids in the city of Paterson, but we have wonderful, great children here who are succeeding because they got good village people around them helping them to get to where they need to get. So once again, to Coach Alfredo for the victory of bringing the Passaic County title back to the city of Paterson John F. Kennedy High School after 26 years. Also, I want to say to Corporation Council, maybe she's not here, but the BA, Madam BA, we need to start looking into chicken and towing for street cleaning. We need it badly. People are not moving their cars. I need you to look into why the inspectors are not getting ticket books I was told by the court system that once they turn their book in, then they get a book back. So we need to find out why books are not being turned in to be issued new ticket books. That's a major problem. Also, there's a lot on East 23rd Street between 9th Ave and 10th Ave. It's piled with dirt. It's been like that for 20 years. He had the nerve to say, the owner of this property had the nerve to say that he has never received a summons. No, it's not a house. It's a big empty lot on East 23rd, between 9th Ave and 10th Ave. And his front also touches East 22nd Street. But the lot is really on East 23rd Street side. Also, I want to say to Winnie Harris, with the ceasefire dinner, it was really nice. And as I said before, when I came on the city council in 2012, no one had to ask me to join ceasefire. Ceasefire was a civilian organization, and that the city of Paterson is the only one that still has a ceasefire civilian peace in operation in the state of New Jersey. And I want to give it out to Winnie Harris and the ceasefire organization, Sylvia Farrar, for keeping it going. We had the president, Reverend Boyer, we had the president, Reverend Simon, that were part of that. So people in the community, please, you can join ceasefire on the civilian piece of it. So please, if you can, just come out. Also, I want to say to corporation, to the BA, when permits are taken out, they need to ask for a receipt when they finish their work on what they did with their debris.
Okay.
They need to have a company who picks up the debris, and then when they bring their permit back of being finished, they need to show a receipt where they got rid of the debris that they did to fix up the renovation, whatever they're doing. Also, Madam Clerk, BA, it's a house, it's being renovated, you can't see it from the street, but if you go in someone's backyard, you can see they clearly putting 2 floors on a house. That would be on 11th Avenue between East 18th Street and East 19th Street. And you have to go into the backyard of another house to be able to see that. With that being said, also this Thursday at 147 Montgomery Street, we are having a meeting, the 4th Ward. We're going to discuss the parks, but the main meeting is for the NRTC money that I'm applying for with the state of New Jersey to do a big area of the 4th Ward, and we're looking for community support. And please, community, do not believe rumors. Do not believe rumors. If someone is telling you something and you're not really sure, just call Councilwoman Cotton, and I will tell you the truth about what's happening. So the meeting is scheduled for Thursday. It's about the NRTC money that I'm trying to apply for, and we will also be talking about Vera Ames Park, and we also will be talking about Barber Park, but the main meeting is for the NRTC money. And please, we can't let rumors divide us. And that's what they're trying to do out there, put rumors out there to divide us. And if you have any questions, just ask Councilwoman, and I will tell you. With that being said, to everyone, good night out there. To our Corporation Council, to our BA, to our CFO, to our Madam Clerk, to our Secretary, and all my council members, everyone, please have a good night. God bless you all.
Thank you.
Good night, all. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Mims?
So I'm going to make history. I want to thank everyone that came out on Saturday to the National Council of Negro Women Luncheon, where our keynote speaker was Tahisha Way. It was absolutely amazing. So many great events have went on that it's too many to list, but let's continue to keep in prayer all of the families in our community that are grieving. Let's pray for those that are sick and those that are shut in, and pray that there will be housing opportunities and jobs for all of those that are in need of it. I also want to say I stand in support of some level of agreement between the PEA and the schools to ensure that there is a better quality of life for everyone involved, our teachers, our students, Not really sure of all the details of what's in the contract, but I do agree that there needs to be a coming together. To our officers, thank you for being here to protect and serve. I know sometimes it could appear that being here may be a little safer than outside, but sometimes it gets a little off the charts in here. But we do appreciate it. And I also want to say, I know that you are protected from COVID. COVID is still real, and you are still protected. And I would say you might be smarter than some of us, that we're just freely doing it. But thank you for your service. You're here until the wee hours of the morning, as we are. And I really do appreciate it. And I just wanted to put that on record, that your service is definitely not ignored. To our BA, CFO, Corporation Counsel, thank you for all you do. I gave you a shout out, Corporation Counsel, and you ignored me. You ignored me. I just want to put it on Madam Clerk, our Secretary. To all our council members, continue to keep moving forward. Stay blessed, stay healthy. Let's keep building a better Paterson. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk, and good night.
Good night. Councilman Udine?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, everyone. Again, Paterson, I wish you a very happy and healthy days until next Tuesday. We come to the workshop session, right? Not live. All right, good night, everyone. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Velez?
I got 2 announcements and 1 request, Madam BA. The announcement is thank you to Paterson for stepping up for the containers, the 2 40-foot containers that we delivered to the Dominican Republic. Thank you, Paterson, for donating and make that possible. We did the work out there. We give it hand by hand, bag by bag, and they appreciate Paterson. And that's the testament of the sister city that we did in that same week with Iway, Dominican Republic. They were devastated, and we assist them right away. The second thing is, I want to make an announcement to all the commissioners for all the boards, Board of Adjustment and Planning Board. If you're going to sit in my desk, I'm not here to clean up your mess. Please, do not put your dirty tissues, nothing in there, because this is our dais, okay? So if you're going to put things here, make sure you take it home as a public announcement. Third request, Madam BA, about a month and a half and 30 seconds, I requested that the equipment that is downstairs in Ryan's office to be installed right away by Mr. Ming, please, because he cannot broadcast the announcement weekly because that piece is sitting downstairs. He knows how to install it. Just give it to him. He will install it, and he will make every announcement in the city go again into the broadcast. He could do live, but he cannot announce if we want to put a flyer, the recycling, et cetera, because that piece is downstairs almost 6 months, and he needed to install it up there. Please, I want to see the announcement. Sometimes I don't want to see newspapers and all that stuff. I want to see what's going on in Paterson. Got it? Mr. Mee, thank you for your work up there. Melinda, thank you and for being with us. It's not easy. I know you put ice in those fingers, okay, when you go home. Nancy Greer's up there too. And Corporate Counsel, thank you for your wisdom, how to lead this council and giving us the facts. All right, I'm grateful for you. And Javier, thank you for the numbers. Paterson Police, thank you. Madam Clerk, I don't want to see November 30. I don't want to see it. Trust me. My vote, my vote is yes. Good night, Paterson.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, and definitely, you know, we appreciate our police department for being here. You know, they meeting after meeting, and Corporation Counsel. You know, you take care of us well. I'm not complaining you. So, but you know what, Councilmember Les, I want to thank you for representing us in DR with the distribution. You represent us well there. To our Kennedy High School team, congratulations. Our children, our youth. We have to support youth. Any decision that we make, we have to make sure that those decisions impact our youth, our community in a positive way. And I'm very excited to see them winning the championship. To Alfredo, the coach, congratulations. He was the coach of my daughter, Maya Mendez, who's now is in Washington, in Howard University, in a medical school. He's been doing such a great job with our children. May God continue blessing you with health and long life. Also, to our third ward resident, I'm driving around our third ward, zero tolerance with commercial truck parking overnight in the street, school buses. If you have a company, you need to have a space. You gotta rent a yard to park your truck. I'm driving around, and if I see a commercial truck, I'm calling the police. We gotta get those space for a resident. Parking is very limited, and we have to enforce the law that we have in the book. We cannot allow commercial vehicles to be parked overnight in the street. You have school buses, 3, 4, and 5. You have minivan all over the place. We don't, we support local business in the city of Paterson, but we got to do business the right way. I'm driving around the third ward, enforcing that. And if you have any quality of life issues, reach out to me, 973-930-1436. We cannot policing everything. This weekend, I went around the third ward addressing loud music, visiting my constituent. Sometimes some neighbors, they have such a loud music, and they call the police 5 and 7 times. And we all know how busy our police department is. Let's be a good neighbor. We all live in the city of Paterson. Let's definitely, consider the people that live around us on how we conduct ourselves and how we're living. And before my closing, I think I really need to speak about this. There's a quote that say, the truth will set you free. And in closing, I need to talk about this. I think I want to invite the resident of the city of Paterson to look into the article, the NorthJersey.com article. And you will see that we're coming out that Mayor Andersea paid $25,000 to Genova Burns, the same law firm that took me to court on the election challenging my petition. He took the clerk to court, humiliating the clerk department, and holding the election, and over 12,000 votes by mail 5 days before the election. Because of that, almost 8,000 people couldn't vote. He disenfranchised all those people. They couldn't vote. They couldn't get the vote by mail on time, and that's the way he stole the election. And the reason why I bring in this is because I said this in the beginning, because he was hiding himself behind this constituent from the 6th ward, and I knew it from the beginning that he was the one paying that expensive law firm, Genova Burns. And today, I see an article where he paid $25,000. When you do something, just put your name on it. But now the truth came out, and it's important that people read the article. Elections have consequences, and that's the consequences that we're facing right now. So I just want to invite the community to read it. Let's continue praying for the city of Paterson. We're going through a lot of challenges, violence in the city, homeless situation out of control. We got to work hard. We got to work together. I mentioned this matter, but I just mentioned it because the community needs to know what happened back then on election day. But I'm here as a councilman working day and night to make Paterson a better place for all of us. May God continue blessing our community. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk. Good evening, Paterson.
You're welcome, Mr. President. The vote is 5 in favor, 4 absent. The regular meeting of October 25th, 2022 is hereby adjourned. Good night, everyone. Thank you.
Who's on?